And we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs. One blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one cries, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Let me now invite the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, to make her contribution. Just to let speakers know, this particular cemetery, I want to say I know almost every tomb in this place. I spent over 50 years catching fish, cooking, bush cook, playing cricket. We lived at Garnett Street, the southern entrance of the cemetery in our Boys Town. Auntie Desmond, plum, some of the best plums. The honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson. So keep your facts straight, right?
Mr. Speaker, you know, facts on this side, you don't have a problem with at all.
Always straight.
We're always truthful from this side of the House. A pleasant afternoon, Mr. Speaker. You know, coming and members of the House coming after lunch is a very, very difficult thing, but I will try my best to do what I have to do, nevertheless. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice in support to the motion for the rehabilitation of the Lee Representative Cemetery moved by my colleague, Honorable Valda Lawrence, MP. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity in commending her for tabling a motion of this nature, which in my opinion is not and should not be a contentious one, but one that should have the full support of the House, where the opposition and government can collectively set the stage by working together to restore a national site in our city. I thank Honorable Lawrence for sharing a brief historical overview of the main cemetery in the city. It was quite a refreshing one, my colleague. But, Mr. Speaker, before I delve further into my presentation, there are some points that the speaker before me would have made reference to. He said that the government is not unwilling, they're not unable, but they are in the habit of rehabilitating areas in the city to, beautifying areas around the city. But what struck me, Mr. Speaker, is that when the honorable member went down the political line, that is where I had a problem with, because as I said before, this is a simple motion that just warrants all of us giving our support so that we can restore that historical site. The honorable member further stated that a motion to this effect should not come to this House. It should be in the halls of City Hall. The honorable member, while I might have a little appreciation for what he said. But at the end of the day, we all know what is happening at the level of City Hall because of what the People's Progressive Party civic government would have done to the City Hall over 23 years when they were in government from 1992 to 2015. We must never forget that. So if the honorable member wants to go down the political line, well, I have a moral responsibility to remind the honorable member what the city was like under a People's Progressive Party civic. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member said in this house that the People's National Congress Reformer Party that I'm a proud member of, we owe some $6 billion in taxes. But what the honorable member failed to say in this house is that his government, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to the record, or his government. No, I'm going to go to his government. All right, just now let me find my facts, because the speaker say come with facts. So, Mr. Speaker, I am quoting from an article carried on the 14th of June 2023 by the Kaichor News, and the headline reads, Central Government owes City Council over $13 billion, Bishop. And this was according to Mayor Yubraj Narain. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I highlight a few points from a press conference that this article was actually generated from. And this is what the former mayor of the city of Georgetown had to say at his press conference. He said, the PAHO building the Pan American Health Organization building that PAHO is housed in owes council $200 million, right? Something dollars. That building comes under which ministry? It comes under the Ministry of Health, for which no taxes on PAHO no taxes on PAHO, but the ministry ought to pay that taxes. This is what then Mayor Yubraj had to say. Mr. Speaker, he further continued, Transport and Harbor at the Ministry of Public Works owe this council $100 and something million. If we get out money, the council, Bishop, the council will be able to do all the upgrade they want to do in the Lee Reprentier Cemetery. Mr. Speaker, may I also remind this house that according to him, Yubraj Narain, in 2020, the council got zero subvention, while budgetary allocation was $10 million for that year. He said, Bishop, in 2021, 2022, and 2023, the subvention was $30 million. And in that statement, Mr. Speaker, the question was asked by the mayor then, how can such a paltry, pitiful sum of money maintain this country's capital city? A city with a population of some 355,000 residents and visitors in an area of 70 square kilometers. No, Bishop, if I were you this morning, Honorable Member, Mr. Chair, I would not have gone there. So for you to say that the People's National Congress reform owes some how much billion dollars, and the government owes $13 billion. If we give the city, the monies that the government owes, the city would be able to do what is required of them. But Mr. Speaker, we would remember, and I know the Honorable Bishop will know this verse well, taken from Matthew 12:17. And Matthew 12:17 says, Mr. Speaker, give unto Caesar the things that are due unto Caesar, and give unto God the things that are due unto God. So what I'm simply implying here, Mr. Speaker, is that if we all, whether PNC, PPP, the government, and individual, pay our fair share of taxes, we will be able to benefit tremendously from the services of the mayor and city council of Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, moving on. I remember as a young girl walking through Cemetery Road with my mom and siblings, visiting relatives in South Georgetown. The experience was one of a lifetime. Walking in the avenue, the area was well illuminated and the greenery was quite obvious. This year will mark, Mr. Speaker, August, to be precise, August 6th, 2025 will mark 40 years since my dad passed. Mr. Speaker, it is clear in my head he was buried in the Lee Repentir Cemetery. There, I recall the cemetery was well maintained. Running drains, Mr. Speaker, were ubiquitous, and roads in the cemetery were easy to traverse on. I also have great recollection riding as a young girl my bicycle and motorcycle through the cemetery, from Cemetery Road way up to Sussex, where they have the St. Stephen's Primary School. You could have seen on the northern side, you have the Princess Street, on the southern side, the Sussex Street. So all the houses in that catchment area, you could have seen them clear as day. Mr. Speaker, death is inevitable, and the Lee Repentir Cemetery is and will be the final resting place for all. It pains me to see the current state the Lee Repentir Cemetery is in. As a citizen who regularly, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, traversed that corridor up to yesterday on my way to church and from church, that was my route, Mr. Speaker. And when I look to my left and look to my right, what do I see? Full jungle. You could hardly see tombs well maintained or well painted, Mr. Speaker. I have witnessed and heard of the difficulties, Mr. Speaker, loved ones face whenever they are putting their loved ones to rest or to maintain the areas where they are laid to rest. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, Guyanese got a culture these days. You know, Mother's Day, we would see many people going to the cemetery to, you know, maintain the mom's tomb or whatever the case may be. Special occasions, whether it's birthdays, whatever the case may be. But sometimes when you pass there, Mr. Speaker, rather than you can't see, you can hardly make out human beings, living beings in that area because how the bushes are so high. So, Mr. Speaker, while the primary focus of this motion is on the Lee Repentir Cemetery, there are other cemeteries in the city. You know that, Mr. Speaker? St. James the Less, St. Sidwell's Anglican Church, and I think we have a new area around the Bel Air area there. When you pass in, Mr. Speaker, you can see the tombs, the area, they're well maintained. And we all know that these areas are not as dense as the Lee Repentir Cemetery, Mr. Speaker. So what you'll find, it is easy for churches or loved ones to upkeep the final resting place of their loved ones. According to a publication via the Mayan City Council website, dated June 16, 2022, Mr. Speaker, it reported, and I quote, "The council created its final draft report of the Lee Repentir Expansion Master Plan in March 2019, which highlighted the need for a re-envisioned burial site, which would be elevated to the status of a national memorial." Now, Mr. Speaker, we heard the speaker before us lament and boast about what central government has in place for the upgrade of the cemetery, or perhaps all the cemeteries in the city, or perhaps outside of the city of Georgetown. But what this honorable member failed to say, Mr. Speaker, I know he showed us, a couple of images, Google map and all kind of thing. But it will be good for the honorable member, after presenting his presentation to this house, to share the blueprint of what the Ministry of Public Works would have devised to enhance the cemeteries across this country. But it clearly is saying to me, Mr. Speaker, that there is a disconnect between central government and that of the local authority area, in this case, the mayor and city council. Because, mind you, sir, the city, they said that they have a master plan. Then we're hearing now central government got a master plan. So I want to find out, and perhaps speakers coming from the government side, the honorable member, Ms. Parag, she would be better able to say to us, the honorable member, whether consultations, engagements were done with the elected officials at the city, at the mayor and city council. So we, later down in the year, we wouldn't be seeing a plan coming out from the Ministry of Public Works and a plan coming out from the mayor and city council. Then you're going to hear the mayor and city council complaining bitterly that there was no engagement with central government to the mayor and city council. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we have, while the honorable member, boasts about all the over $20 billion central government would have expended to improve the aesthetic of, the roads, the drains, and all kind of thing. What the honorable member hasn't said to us is whether the mayor and city council was engaged, because we have complaints, Mr. Speaker, from our elected officials that yes, while we appreciate what government is doing, I believe, Mr. Speaker, and we all believe that because the Constitution allows for that, we must have engagements when it comes to certain decisions of this country. But what you find happening, it is the bullyism tactic by this government. They believe that they're the government and they can do things as they like without engaging elected officials. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report further stated, and I quote, "In the council's plan, enhanced revetment works will prevent the further degradation of the land, which has resulted in tombs falling into the canals." We've heard our honorable member Valda Lawrence alluded to that fact earlier. "And others laying precariously. This will also upgrade the drainage infrastructure of the cemetery, which will assist in providing relief for surrounding areas." Mr. Speaker, again, with the high-handed approach by this administration. You would recall, Mr. Speaker, when they were doing the Cemetery Road expansion project, many people who lived in we call it again, Costello housing scheme, the roads running east to west of Cemetery Road, Mr. Speaker, those roads are actually higher than the drains. So what the residents were complaining about is that whenever it rains, they compound the yards flooded, Mr. Speaker. So, Bishop, while I heard what your plan or your government plan is for the upgrade of the Cemetery Road, I trust, sir, that the relevant personnel will be engaged so we wouldn't have a repeat of what transpired during the expansion road of Cemetery Road there, repeat itself during these massive works in the cemetery. So, Mr. Speaker, space for benches, according to the Mayor and City Council plan, and lighting to allow comfortable viewing and reflection is also allocated to add to the beautification effort. Sometimes I wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether the government, because I know they like to copy, they don't come with nothing original, you know. They like to plagiarize, they don't come with nothing original. So I can only conclude, Mr. Speaker, that they were able to get a quick peep of their plan at the main city council, and the bishop know that he had to speak to this motion, hurriedly come up with something to say that, well, look, this is what central government is going to do, because nowhere in budget 2025, Mr. Speaker, nowhere in budget 2025, Bishop, have I seen allocation for the beautification of the Lee Repentir Cemetery. So perhaps your colleague, I don't know if it's not under your ministry, and I haven't seen it under her ministry, the Honorable Sonia Parag. So, Mr. Speaker, just under 3 weeks, and I'm building on the last point I made, just under 3 weeks, this National Assembly approved $1.38 trillion for budget 2025. And as I said before, during the consideration of the estimates for both ministries, this house, perhaps if I'm wrong, Sonia, you can correct me, but I cannot recall us discussing the cemeteries. What I know, what we discussed and approved sums for rehabilitation works to be done at East La Penitence Market. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I remember you saying, oh, All Boys Town Market, when you asked her the question, right? East La Penitence Market, East Rumvelt Market, and Border Green. Those are I think it was 4, but I recall just those 3 offhand. But there is nothing for Lee Repentir Cemetery. So, Mr. Speaker, the resolve clause is basic and simple. Why am I saying this, sir? Because it is the request, it is seeking the request of this National Assembly, and we're also making an appeal through this National Assembly for the government to implement its maintenance plan, to restore this, our national memorial. From my readings and research, Mr. Speaker, which I shared earlier in my presentation, there is a blueprint already developed by the council. It is just for the implementation. And let's avoid the political rhetoric we heard here earlier. And I hope the colleagues on that side of the house coming to speak to this bill will yield to my advice. And petty politics, which will get us nowhere, but continues to hinder development and progress, which ultimately, sir, affects our ordinary citizens. whose only desire, Mr. Speaker, is to see their political leaders mature and work in the interest of nation building. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, without hesitation, I fully support this motion moved by my colleague, Comrade Valdo and Lawrence. And as I prepare to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded by this exhortation, the chorus contained in one of our most profound national song, written by W.R.A. Pilgrim. And what the stanza says, Mr. Speaker, let us I'm a good singer, but I wouldn't do so today. Let us cooperate for Guyana. Let us cooperate for our land. Let us resolve to fight together. See we do it right together. Can we do it? Yes, we can. It is reminding us, Mr. Speaker, of what our national motto of who we are. We are one people, not this one Guyana thing we're floating around the place. We are one nation and we are one destiny. Let's unite, let's cooperate, and let us all support this motion to witness the restoration of the Lee Repenteur Cemetery, a final home of many Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. May God's blessings be with us. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Brindley Horatio Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I am a bit dismayed, surprised, and in some way shocked that we're having to have this type of debate, this motion, considering from whom it comes from and its provenance. It appears as though every time there's signs of progress, of significant effort being made by this government, the PPPC, over the years, you got what we know and what you would have perhaps experienced in that cemetery, follow me and bees and other dangerous things over the years. Maybe not as dangerous as now, as then, but as of now. But the minute you start building the road, the cemetery road, the St. John Road continued, the minute you have plans to develop the cemetery, the minute you have work that is programmed by the government, the PPPC government, you have persons, those persons who have been responsible for the state of affairs in that cemetery itself, which we inherit, come here in a sanctimonious manner to deflect, to say that the reason the cemetery and other places in Georgetown and other places in the country are like that is because of the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that practically all the city governments since independence are PNC-led governments. All. Practically all. And the fact that the cemetery have remained in that way, we inherited in that way, in difficult circumstances where we try to improve it, speaks to governance under the People's National Congress. APNU, reform, whatever they want to call themselves. It epitomizes what government under the People's National Congress and whatever else they call themselves represent for Guyana, for the city of Georgetown. Unfortunately, and I could call some of them names who were mayors of Georgetown, all top PNC men. Lyndon Forbes Sampson Barnum, Hannibal Green, and others. Yeah, Green, whatever Green they are. I am saying that they have always come out of the PNC. They have always been PNC. And they are, you can find them today, living and dead, those relics who have created the situation we have in the city of Georgetown. They have the people captured. They use racism to avoid improvement. They use the city council as a slush fund, a place to place their people and get monies from the rates of the taxes of citizens to further their nefarious activities in keeping our people divided. This is what it is. This is what it is. I have some experience of clearing up that cemetery, Le Repentir Cemetery. I cleaned it 3 times. With money from the ministry, with using prisoners from the Guyana Prison Service, with the support too of the Ministry of Local Government. Honorable Kellowan Lal was minister then, and there was a confrontation on the big heaps of garbage which we eventually removed, where Minister Lal was apoplectic about the state of the cemetery and perhaps got a bit too sarcastic in trying to bring awareness and readiness to the problem, the fires, the stink, the smoke, and the criminality. I wonder whose criminals they were. But Kellowan Lal paid the price for being frank about what was occurring out there, and while he was being attacked by elements of the press in relation to when we went out there to clean that place. Myself and engineer Walter Willis, we went out there, we cleaned it 3 times, and it was clear right across when we were finished. But you had your chance when you were 5 and more years in government. You retired to places. I remember Edgar Allan Poe talking about the mask of the Red Death. While the contagion was about with COVID, you did nothing in relation to the cemetery and the city and other places and the health of the citizens of Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Valda Lawrence herself, I think, and I said before, has penance to do. Has penance to do. And perhaps more penance should be done to apologize in this House for what she has done in relation to the question of democracy in Guyana. How her statements, how her handwriting, how her script appeared on the results of the elections for Georgetown at the last round, and we had to do recounts. And so there's some people, many of them on that side of the House, ought to be doing penance, and perhaps should be doing more and more penance. And if,
Mr. Speaker,
and if,
Honorable member, Mr. Maipolas is on his feet.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your guidance, Standing Order 41. The Honourable Minister is referring to a matter that is before the court and is yet to be judged by a competent court. I don't know if you will agree with me, sir, but the statements he made about signature on documents and so on, all of that is before a court to adjudicate. And I'm seeking your leave, sir, for him to withdraw such a statement, given that it's sub judice.
Mr. Speaker, I am not reporting a dream. I'm reporting what is a fact.
Honorable Minister, just give me a chance to rule. I don't think, Mr. Mahipal, the issue of the signature on the document is being contested in the court. Right? So I won't be able to uphold that objection. Go ahead, Mr. Minister Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I repeat again, Georgetown and the main cities in Guyana have almost always continuously been under PNC administration. And in Georgetown, where we inherited at independence a garden city, it became a garbage city. And the attitudes of behavior in the city are defined by PNC and their acolytes' behavior in the city and in the city council. From extorting people in the marketplaces and businesses, and encouraging people to take money from the road. I think there was an incident where a chief constable had money in a pickup, bags of money. The attitude you've spoken, madam, yes, and you are destined therefore. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that at the time that we cleared out the cemetery, particularly on the eastern side, hundreds of truckloads, and we had set up the Hags Bosch facility, having a modern waste management and disposal facility. We were being attacked by people who were sent out there to interfere with the work. There were people, and when they had the opportunity later to make payments to Sevons, to Purans, and Crawler and Wheeler, if I remember, those are some of the contractors, they didn't pay them. The city council, we had to pay them. Again, other than the rates and taxes which were garnered by the city council for these purposes, the government had to step in to pay.
That's it.
And you come here sanctimonious without any apologies or regrets on these matters. Mr. Speaker, at the time we had the country temps on the waste pile at Le Repentier, Kellerwan Lal was discussing raising the issue of the $75 million a month being spent at the city council on wages and tax and salaries. And on the question of why the city council workers couldn't be made to work. And the $700 or more million which they had in relation to doing work in the city council according to their budget, why the money was not being spent where it should, and why perhaps there were not audits which will identify where the monies are going. I don't know where now, if there has been a recent audit. We should call for an audit now.
Yes, yes.
And one of the issues which Kellerwan Lal, also known as PEC, raised was that we should have an interim management committee in relation to the running of the affairs of City of Georgetown. And that was sabotaged, that was shut down by the members of the party on the other side. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who come here and try to deflect and try to say that it wasn't me, it's the PPP. All those years, it wasn't me, it wasn't them. It's now the PPP. As soon as progress is happening, they know a plan is in place. Honorable Minister Edghill pointed out that there's an extensive program of works intended to fix the place finally, if suddenly they have an interest in it. They want to be a part of it. They want to find favor in it somehow. They want to have comity with it. Sanctimoniousness. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Little Pentier Cemetery was established out of the estates of Baron Louis Pierre de Saffon.
That's right.
In 1785. And de Saffon came here, and which is why he named his estate Le Souvenir,
Saffron Street is named after him.
and La Penitence, the Penitence,
And Le Souvenir.
and Le Souvenir, because he found himself in a state of penance after having had a duel in France with his brother, whom he killed in a fight over a woman. So he came grief-stricken. During the COVID time, the estate house collapsed on Saffron Street. You can go and see the place there now. And I think he's buried in St. Saviour's Churchyard. There's a memorial to him in St. Saviour's Churchyard. And one of the things one would say in terms of the things which we benefit from, which we get in our country, and which we should uplift. And I want to totally reject the suggestion that the PPP will allow these places to fall into disrepair and neglect. We will never forget. We will always maintain, we will always take the opportunity to build up back these places. Our people, my grandfather, my father-in-law, my cousins, they're all buried there and I can't get to their places. But where the Enmore martyrs are buried, where Walter Rodney is buried, where all these Guyanese of renown, Michael Ford, who I knew personally as a child growing up, they're buried there. We will never forget them. We'll never forget their places to memorialize their sacrifice in this country. We in the PPPC we will never. And that is why the minister has a mandate to fix the roadways into there, to clean it up, to drain it up, to fix it, to bring it back to the state which it was once again. But the problem we've had is after we clean it and fix it, there's no maintenance, no cleaning. The honorable lady before suggested that they have a plan, and she talked about plagiarism, and she read out 3/4 of our presentation from supposedly the plan. You said plagiarism, and you were reading from plans and other places without quoting. So I want to let everyone know that we here will continue to work at that place. We demand that the City Hall do the right thing for its citizens and for the people of Georgetown and Guyana, and to explain and to account for the monies it takes in rates and taxes, and to let us see the benefit of the citizens of Georgetown rates and taxes in the work that the City Hall does. That is simply what we want to do. We would otherwise continue to say This is the last chance perhaps you have to show the citizens that you really care about them, that you're concerned about them, that you're concerned about their safety and security. You're still in residence not squatting at the City Hall, but it's perhaps your last chance. But if the city residents and the persons in Guyana cannot by now recognize what PNC governance means in any place and any time in Guyana, perhaps they can't be helped. Perhaps they are frightened and terrorized. Perhaps they are not allowed to express themselves publicly and at the ballot box in relation to rejecting the kind of lives and living they're forced to live under PNC, APNU governance. This is what it is about. And so, when, yes, I'm glad that the lady is running ahead of our demons. Mr. Chairman,
Use single syllable words, please,
Mr. Chairman, and it is showed again and again. We had this story at Mocha the other day. At Mocha, the government went to make improvements to the roads and the reserves there. And of necessity, they had to move some people. Most of the people decided, well, they will go for some compensation. The PNC, APNU activists went out there, stood in front of the machines, attacked the police verbally and otherwise, ran out there with a cutlass. A member of parliament now, elected to this parliament, ran out there with a cutlass. We have it on video. Ran out there with a cutlass to attack the government, to attack progress and prosperity and development for that community.
Brandishing a cutlass. Brandishing a cutlass. What?
And, Mr. Speaker, this matter recently found its way into the courts. This matter recently went to the courts, where those residents were made to spend their monies to go to the courts, to go against everything, clear rationality, the laws and everything, to protest and to say that they have to get compensation, that their rights were taken away, and all kinds of things which they usually talk about, authoritarianism. That's what they talk about, our government. And what happened in the courts again? They lost. Lost again. You could try to run me with a cutlass any day, I'll deal with you. You run me with your cutlasses any day. Mr. Chairman, as part of this discussion debate, that I would like to have consideration, perhaps, if we are to find some togetherness with some members on the other side speak up surprisingly, that they think about an interim management committee now for Georgetown.
Yes, yes.
That we should perhaps talk about that. Let's have it. Let's add it to the motion. The citizens deserve better. We all want better. Georgetown is that which everyone sees when they come to Guyana, and Georgetown is the example of Guyana which they would think of when they see what is happening in Georgetown. And who rules the roost in Georgetown? The APNU AFC. The APNU AFC.
Cutlass brandishing PNC.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when the French seized Demerara and Berbice, when the French seized Demerara and ran the country for a number of decades, they established Georgetown. They call it Les Nouvelles Villes, the new city. Yes. They made a street which we now call Brickdam, one of the main streets they made in the Les Nouvelles Villes, rampant revolutionary France. Brought it all the way here and talk about building a new city. Mr. Speaker, in this time and place here and now, in this time and place here and now, extraordinarily, it has fallen by the will of the people for the PPPC to build a new Guyana. We're building a new Guyana. You can vex over there. You can have all remarks of disapproval. You can deflect about the way things have happened and have come to be, but you will not be able to stop us from rebuilding our country for each and every Guyanese, for the one Guyana our President Irfan Ali speaks of. We will build a new Guyana. And all this machination, because this discussion is a machination, they want to take credit, they want to deflect, they want to say, well, the way things are really has nothing to do with us. It's the PPP, who is not the city government, who has never been the city government. But this is the time now where the people have to take consideration the city of Georgetown and to choose wisely, not to go again to the same old broken down messaging, the same old backwardness, the same ambition and visionless ways of running the cities and the country. So, on behalf of the government, the ministers of public works, the minister particularly of local government, I want to be able to support the efforts of the government and the amendment in relation to rebuilding the city of Georgetown, clearing out, pumping out, and refashioning the Le Repentier Cemetery so that those who went before us, who worked to build the country, can rest in peace, can be gratefully dead when the work would have been done to build a new cemetery, a new environment, new ambition, new perspectives. And we're not anymore perhaps long in the situation, Mr. Speaker, when you are catching Hassan patois in the city. I saw Hassaness there when I went there during the COVID time. There was so much water there. I couldn't get to my father-in-law's grave. So with that, I support the amendment, and I can only say again, reflected on Coleridge's work in the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, which you well know, that those who have penance done must do much more penance, have plenty more penance to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Robeson Ben. And now for one of the younger citizens of South Georgetown who may not know that history, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, Christopher Jones.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker, colleagues, a pleasant good afternoon. Comrade Speaker, let me at the outset take the opportunity to extend congratulations to the Honourable Member, Comrade Varla Lawrence, for piloting this motion. It is indeed a very timely one. I also want to commend the indications that we've gotten from the government with the intention to support the motion, albeit with some amendments. Comrade Speaker, let me start off this way. There is a quote that says, "Life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living." There's another quote. "The dead cannot cry out for justice. It is the duty of the living to do so for them." And one that many members of this House would be familiar with, and this is taken from Ecclesiastes, which tells us that there's a time and season for everything under the heavens. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which was planted. A time for war, a time for peace. And of course, sir, a time to be born and a time to die. The one question all of us on these earthly planes will continue to ask ourselves, where would our final resting place be? And would it be a place in which our loved ones will be able to find us and, of course, remember us? But, Comrade Speaker, when the Honourable Minister, Juan Edgil, started off, I was expecting just to simply hear support of the motion and so forth. Of course, we're politicians, and therefore it is expected that you will take the opportunity to do a little bit of politicking. So, of course, I can't pass it out, it's too sweet. But, Comrade Speaker, the member that spoke before me, the Honourable Robeson Ben, made mention that the historian, for how many years the Georgetown City Council has been under the leadership of the People's National Congress Reform. And many successful efforts has been made by the People's Progressive Party Civic to gain control of the city, but they have failed to do so. And of course, being the political party that they are, they set out to do everything possible to make it a difficult or near impossible task of the Georgetown City Council to administer the city's affairs. Comrade Speaker, in terms of funding for the Georgetown City Council to do what is necessary, I'll take this House back to 1995. Under the then leadership of former Mayor, His Worship the Mayor Hamilton Green, former Prime Minister of Ghana, who in his effort, and the City Council at the time, made efforts to introduce Lotto to Guyana. This Lotto that we know now today was the brainchild of His Worship the Mayor Hamilton Green, which sought to have the Georgetown City Council receive 25% of the sales from the lottery that will go directly to the City Council's coffers so that they can take care of the affairs of the city. As far back as 1997, for the year, the lottery paid a sum of $4 million US, or in today's rate, equivalent to 840 million Ghana dollars. That is just the amount of money the Georgetown City Council would have been receiving from the Lotto from 1995 when it was piloted by then Mayor Hamilton Green. But the People's Progressive Party Civic rejected this, and what they did, sir, is took over the Lotto for central government. And therefore, all of these funds have since been going to the central government. And then what is more so, we were told, that is the citizens of the country, we were told that this Lotto fund is going to a special sport, to fund sport organization and athletes. And to date, sir, there isn't any sport discipline, federation, or association that could indicate how much monies they have received from this Lotto Sports Fund to date.
Oh. Oh, chill out. Yeah.
The honorable member Edgel said I didn't give any. Comrade Speaker, every single week or month there's a complaint from an association or federation. Jones, we wish if you still went there. For example, ask the current director of sports. He's gonna. I forget his name. My apologies. My friend. Steve Ninval, the honorable director of sports, Ninval, whose association used to receive a lot of funding from us. Comrade Speaker, the honorable member spoke about monies owed to the Georgetown City Council by the People's National Congress reform. And you know, sir, to do a similar paraphrase to the honorable member Deborah Bakker, who sat in this house, at the time she was speaking about various political parties, that every party has bad eggs. But in this context, sir, I would want to say that all political parties owes the Georgetown City Council. Based on the records I received from the Georgetown City Council, the People's Progressive Party Civic owes the Georgetown City Council. And if the figure is correct, it is some 7.7 billion Guyana dollars. If the figure is correct. But what is more so, sir, I'll take you back to under the APNU AFC administration, in which a memo or instruction directing all government agencies and ministries to pay rates and taxes, whether it's to the city or the municipalities, and they had to pay those over. Because the National Sports Commission, for example, paid to City Hall a sum of $50 million in our rates and taxes. And therefore, sir, it is the responsibility for central government to ensure that monies go to the City Council via the very ministries. Now, Comrade Speaker, the proof in the pudding. I have here, sir, a list of government agencies and ministries that owes rates and taxes to the Georgetown City Council. And in this list, sir, for example, I'll just go through a few. The Ministry of Health, Building, Battery Road, Kingston, $1.334024 million. Ministry of Public Works, Water Street, Kingston, $1,103,207 million. Ministry of Public Works, 16 Mud Water, Kingston, $606 million, $600,000. Ministry of Public Works, Water Street, Kingston, $15.865359 million. Guyana Police Force Revenue, Rumvelt location, $235,000, and the list goes on. Page after page after page, sir, of ministries and government agencies that has outstanding monies for the Georgetown City Council. And using the same point from the Honorable Minister Edgel and Robeson Ben, if the government ministries and agencies pay to the Georgetown City Council these rates and taxes that they have outstanding, the City Council wouldn't need a single dollar from central government.
We don't owe no $6 billion.
The honorable member spoke again about the fact that efforts by the People's Progressive Party Civic to take control of the city. And as I mentioned before, it is a careful, orchestrated political plan by the current government to ensure that the city council or any municipality that comes under the opposition is starved for the resources that they need. The honorable member made several mention of former Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, Kelawan Lal. Comrade Speaker, I was shocked, or as some of the folks in Linden would say, I was shocked that the honorable member would mention the former minister's name, Kelawan Lal, because this honorable minister, after his efforts to get control of the Georgetown City Council and failed to do so, stated publicly, and I quote, Kelawan Lal, He publicly expressed the desire for a public health crisis to occur in the city of Georgetown.
He said it is on tape, Keel.
That is the extent in which the government will go. If they can't control it, then they will destroy it. It is unfortunate. But, Comrade Speaker, as I did mention, my intention today was not to go down this line, because I rather suspect all of us would agree that the rich history behind the Lirepentier Cemetery that dates back to when it was founded or started in March of 1861 was something of utmost importance. So I'll now go into my presentation. Yeah. Comrade Speaker, I rise to address an issue that speaks to the very heart of our nation's history, culture, and dignity: the rehabilitation of the Lirepentier Cemetery. Lirepentier Cemetery, sir, established in March of 1861, is the country's largest burial site, spanning 106.5 acres. Its origin tracks back to Plantation Lirepentier, owned by Frenchman Pierre-Louis de Safran, who traveled to the Demerara colony. De Safran. De Safran. Pierre-Louis de Safran, who fled to the Demerara colony in the 18th century after a fatal duel with his brother. In remorse, he named his estate Le Regret, La Penitence, and Lirepentier, reflecting themes of regret and repentance. For over a century, Lirepentier has been the final resting place for approximately over 125,000 Guyanese from all walks of life: workers, poets, freedom fighters, pioneers, who shaped this country's journey. With designated sections for Muslim, Hindus, Roman Catholics, Anglican, Lutherans, Chinese, Baha'is, and Presbyterians, it holds the remains of the Enmore martyrs, literary icon Egbert Martin, former Minister of Government, just to name one, Dr. Faith Hardin, leader of the Working People's Alliance, Dr. Walter Rodney, former parliamentarian Deborah Bakker, Lakshmi Kalicharan, Father Dark, Father Rodriguez, just to name a few, and generations of our ancestors. However, what should be a sacred site reflecting reverence has now become an eyesore. Overgrown vegetation, vandalized tombstone, flooding has turned this historical landmark into an eyesore rather than a place of honor. Comrade Speaker, in Mexico, during the month of November, particularly the 1st and 2nd, a celebration to honor the deceased, which is called the Night of the Dead or the Day of the Dead. This celebration coincides with the All Saints and All Souls Day in the Catholic calendar. Though often compared to Halloween, it is unique and deeply spiritual. During this time, family members gather at the cemeteries to clean, decorate graves, light candles, spend the night praying, singing, and sharing memories of their loved one. In Guyana, however, family members would gather at these places, the cemeteries, to pay respect to their loved ones during Mother's Day and Father's Day, just to name a few. The challenge, however, sir, is accessing the ground or even to find where the family members are buried. Comrade Speaker, this is not just about a cemetery. This is about a national identity, our national identity. The people who do not respect the past cannot truly build a strong future. We must act with urgency to restore the Lirepentier, not just as a burial ground, but as a historical, cultural landmark that preserves the legacy of those who came before us. Some of the famous burial sites, sir, are those like the Arlington National Cemetery, the New Orleans Cemetery, the Westminster Abbey, which over time attract a large number of tourists. So noting that Guyana's cemetery, the Le Repentir, dates back to 1861, one could only assume the amount of historical value that could be found there. And that is why, sir, I'll make, in addition to the resolve clause in the motion, I'll make three proposals. One, that with the administration's assistance, a three-phase rehabilitation plan to restore dignity to the Le Repentir. Immediately clean up and secure enhancement, cleaning overgrown sections, repairing pathways, and establishing a regular maintenance schedule. Additionally, we must introduce better security measures to prevent vandalism. Two, structural restoration and modernization. Restoring damaged tombstones, improving drainage system to prevent flooding, and the installation of proper lighting and signage to ensure safe access. Three, cultural and education integration. Transforming the Le Repentir into a historical site that educates future generation. We can create guided tours, digital recordings, and of course, the historical space to honor notable figures buried there. I mentioned a few above, but I know for certain there are much more. The be it resolved clause state, and I quote, the National Assembly calls on the government to upgrade this historical facility and implement a plan for its maintenance, including drainage infrastructure, thereby elevating the status to a national memorial. The efforts require collaboration between the government, local authorities, and even private stakeholders who recognize the value of preserving our national heritage. It is not just for antics, Honorable Edgil. It is about respect, honor, and ensuring that future generations inherit a site worthy of remembrance. Comrade Speaker, I urge this National Assembly to lend support to this motion in this House, and that we can work collectively together to see the restoration of the Le Repentir Cemetery. And as the Honourable Member Gail Teixeira mentioned, indeed, they have indicated their support for the motion, though be it an amendment, so that we can see the restoration of the Le Repentir Cemetery. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now for the Honourable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, the Honourable Charles Ramson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that for the entire House, while there is a degree of consonance on thought and objective, for, if I can use the Honourable Member Robson's word, the provenance of this motion, I want to be very clear that the government of Guyana takes very seriously the responsibility of all of the affairs of Guyanese, Guyana, and no motion is required for us to undertake and execute the work that is required of government. Even when particular areas or subdivisions of government are failing. And I want to go to the text, because sometimes it's very important that we get clarity, not in a hearsay format. First of all, the lawyers will tell you that hearsay is inadmissible as evidence in court unless it falls into one of the known exceptions for the hearsay rule. I wanted to provide from chapter 28:01, what it says, the specific responsibility as it is outlined. And this is found in the city burials bylaws made under section 303 and 304. In 3, it says, the council, in this situation, they're referring to the mayor and city council, shall keep the burial ground free from all nuisances of every kind and description, and from all bushes and weeds, and shall keep in good order and repair all roads, bridges, fences, and paulings of the burial ground, and shall maintain a proper system of drainage thereof. That is what the responsibility of the mayor and city council is to do. There have been claims about revenue in relation to the mayor and city council. No one has come to this house from the other side specifically to say what was the revenue of the mayor and city council for Georgetown over the last 3 years. Let's specifically start there, because we know that it's your responsibility, your being the city council's responsibility, of which the PNC has been in charge of the city for as long as it has been in existence, since our independence. But what has its revenue been in the last 3 years? Allow me to share with this honorable house what that sum is. In 2022, it was 2.3 billion. In 2023, it was 2.5 billion. In 2024, it was 2.1 billion. Government, central government, has undertaken the responsibility entirely for the roads, which there's hardly a road in the city of Georgetown, and now almost getting to every part of Guyana, that is in a state of disrepair. So there's no road, or if there are, there are very few, and they're being addressed. This is being undertaken, the expenditure is being undertaken by central government, even though it is the city's responsibility. There was no motion that was required for us to execute that function. But we did it because we knew that it's important for the welfare and livelihood of people and people's comfort, etc. It's important for economic activity. All of that is important for roads, obviously. There wasn't a motion required also to have been submitted by any member of the opposition for us to commence the upgrade of the 34 community grounds across Georgetown. The government of Guyana, we decided that as we have moved beyond the basic infrastructure, important infrastructure that increases welfare and quality of life, central government made that decision to start to upgrade all of the community grounds in Georgetown, all 34 grounds in Georgetown. Now, it's not that these grounds didn't exist before. There will always be a need for that investment to be made. But why I'm mentioning the point about whether there was a motion for that or not, it is unfortunate that this subject matter has become one where it has to be brought to this house for us to expose the state of affairs of our burial grounds, the condition that it's in, because it is really a very sad state of affairs. Not just because it is a burial ground, but no one in this house, regardless of which side of the aisle you sit on, no one is happy to see burial grounds in the state of condition that it is in. But it is also unfortunate that the motion is limited to Le Repentir, as though all of the other burial grounds in the country, that they are in great condition, and that somehow it is the opposition now that is making a demand of government as if they are taking a high road because they left us a burial ground in the most glowing and pristine condition, which is ludicrous, complete ludicrous. And the fact is, with the $2 billion that City Council receives, one will be hard-pressed to say what City Council uses that revenue, which is collected from all of us, what they use that revenue for to improve the quality of life for residents of Georgetown. And the previous speaker spoke about how the People's Progressive Party has failed to, win Georgetown. First of all, I want to correct something that he said, which is that the People's Progressive Party owes taxes, rates and taxes. The People's Progressive Party, as I am advised, does not owe any rates and taxes to MNCC. And I would like, Mr. Speaker, that unless the honorable member or members of the other side who are speaking subsequently, if they don't produce any record to show that, then that must be expunged from the record.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Expunged. The General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party.
They must apologize.
It must go further. But the General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party, I heard him speak at a press conference just about 3 weeks ago. He said at the public press conference that we do not owe any taxes, any rates and taxes to MNCC. And no one has since challenged it. So I find it to be highly inappropriate that the statement can be made here when, without providing any evidentiary material to support the claim. Anyway, leaving that to one side. What has not been challenged, however, is the fact that the People's National Congress owes over $6 billion in rates and taxes to the same council that they have controlled for the last 50 plus years. Now, here is what the honorable member or the honorable members on the other side will not say. That the first time that we had a local government election in 2016, after many, many years, and it was agreed on, by the way, it was agreed that those local government elections would be deferred, but the first time it was had. The People's Progressive Party, we had 2 seats at City Council. By the next one, which was in 2018, we moved to 7. From 2 to 7. And then now, with the last one being held in 23, we now have 11. And I want to place on record now, by the next local government election, the People's Progressive Party will control the city of Georgetown with number of seats. We will have the majority of seats at the next local government election. And we're not doing it by trying to rig any elections. We are working in every single community, every single day. We are working with residents of the community with the intention so that people can see. They can see the difference in what the People's Progressive Party is offering, and that change has already begun. Changes sometimes don't happen in a cataclysmic way, where you may fall off an edge. Sometimes it doesn't happen in that way. Sometimes revolutions happen, and it does. But change, in many instances, happens in a gradual way. And I have shown the trend from 2 to 7 to 11, and with the work that we will continue to do, our goal is to continue to show the country what our party will deliver in terms of improvement of governance for this country.
That's right.
It takes work. It takes hard work. Go and ask. Let's be clear about what is the role of the councillors and also their responsibility. Go and ask the residents of that constituency, the respective constituencies in Georgetown. Go and ask those residents if they ever see their councillors. Go and ask them. And then when they go, let's say they want to skip that now. Ask them what kind of response they get from their councillors in their respective areas.
The mayor was rejected by his own constituency.
That's true. The mayor lost his constituency.
That's
Lost his constituency.
Rejected by his own constituency, but still imposed as the mayor.
I remember they were planning in 2018. They were planning to coronate a new mayor. They were planning to coronate a new mayor emanating from the Campbellville constituency. Not knowing that our candidate beat their candidate for the first time. And they were in government.
That's correct. That's correct.
They were in government. Why? You think that people don't understand? People don't understand that if you are empowering your leaders and they can't go to you for assistance, there are things that government and political leaders are unable to help with. There's no doubt about that. We can't fix everything. We can't fix all of life's problems. But if there are things that can be done to assist people, every effort must be made to do that. Even if it's a little bit, people will appreciate it. But it first starts with engagement and making yourself available. The councillors from the city council, it's almost impossible to get in contact with them. It's also the ones from the opposition side, and they have the control. So if you control, you're able to respond. Since you have the control, that's what power does. And then, but it is no different from what transpired during the 2015 to 2020 period. The government then, central government then, ministers went into a cocoon where no one, they were entirely isolating themselves from people. No different from the previous president, David Granger. It became so bad that they had to get cardboard cutouts.
That's correct.
Cardboard cutouts so that people could engage with, interact with a semblance of their president. Ministers could not even get in touch with their president. Some of the ministers didn't even talk to each other. So let's understand this, that this role of government is a very serious role. It is not unskilled work. It is not unskilled work. And many people believe too that the more you shout or the more you talk, somehow that gives you some magical acquisition of skills. It does not. It does not. And that's why when you examine the individuals too, who are placed in the positions on what is it that they are offering to people, it's very limited. Very limited. I am raising this here because the constant request, first of all, government pays hundreds of millions of dollars in rates and taxes every single year to city council. Every single year, government, central government. I know my ministry, we have lines that is catered for rates and taxes that we pay. I know that it is there, I know we pay to central government, to city council, which means that they have a revenue stream. And I already said that they were able to collect over $2 billion every year for the last 3 years. So you have to show what you have been doing with the money. You can tell me, because they're not doing the roads, they're not clearing the canals. Look at the state of the condition of the markets. Go into the markets, which central government now has to budget for. And when they say, pay people the money, that's what they're saying. We will not pay money into a black hole.
That's correct.
You cannot put money into a black hole. That's not the way that it functions. Check to see when is the last time there were audited reports from the mayor and city council. Go and check and see. Just maybe I think around 2017, 2018, sometime around that time. The previous, or one of the previous town clerks attempted to sell off an entire swath of land in Bel Air. And it wasn't until the residents started to raise serious objection about what was happening there that the attempt was aborted. Right now, people are being pressured right now for rates and taxes, but anyway, I don't want to say this because I shouldn't say what is happening behind closed doors that other people are reporting to me. It is unfortunate that the capital of our beloved country is in the state that it is currently in. I drove around yesterday. Yesterday. I wanted to take my family out in the morning, get some breakfast and some ice cream, etc. You drive around the state, you drive around the city, and you see the buildup of garbage, the neglect of our public spaces, and no one in this country could be happy that this is the capital that we're living in currently. The government of Guyana has started a very important beautification and transformation process. You've seen some of it happen already. In fact, some of that work is happening right opposite where the mover of the motion, Honorable Member Walter Lawrence, where just at that community ground where the Honorable Member is living. I don't know if she still lives there, but that ground just this last weekend and the weekend before, after the investment we made as one of the grounds that we put in a fence and installed lights and improved their access, all of that. That ground was filled with 1,000 persons, young people in the night playing football all the way up until 12 o'clock at night. Young people having a good time. Go to All Boys Town Boulevard. Minister Kwame will tell you, and anybody who drives past there at night, you would find hundreds of people in the night from about 6, 7 o'clock at night, hundreds of people out there. And that was government. We made that investment. They're out there with their families, they're playing, having fun, all of that. Government made that investment. No motion was required. This transformation, go to Lamaha on what was a mud dam, which used to have squatting. When I was growing up, and I used to go to Stella Maris, coming down from the corner there by Critchlow, you walking down Albert Street, they used to have squatters living on that dam, selling. They used to have these neatly lined beds of vegetables, pak choy and lettuce and all of those things that were on that bank there. Go and see the transformation that's happening there now. Beautiful walkways with flowers and benches and washrooms and security and lights. People go to Lamaha Street just simply to take out wedding pictures. Wedding pictures because the area has been transformed.
That's what we do.
That is what's happening right before our eyes. Central government made that investment. We made that investment. It didn't happen because of emotion. It didn't happen because of some plan that was sitting somewhere or some idea that was sitting somewhere. We don't want to spend our time talking. We want to spend our time doing and working with people in this country for the best interests of this country. Not everybody wants to do that, though. Not everybody wants to do that. There are lots of people who prefer to see things fall apart. But they also would want to claim some kind of credit if something is done. Go by the seawalls. Go by the seawalls from the back of the Marriott all the way to Camp Street. Go and see the transformation that has already happened, not is happening, has already happened. The whole area has now turned into a picturesque space for families and young people and entertainment and clean entertainment too, and small businesses where people can get opportunities to come and experience the great coast that we have. The breeze, the zephyr. That transformation not is happening, it has happened. Now, do you think that there will be any area in this country that will be untouched by us? We will not leave anything and anyone behind. We will not.
Honorable Minister, to continue, you require an extension, please.
May the honorable member please be given some time to complete and conclude his presentation.
Continue.
So the transformation that's happening is happening not because of emotion. It's happening because of intent. It is happening because of a vision and a focus on deliverables and results and a focus on building with people. Every single person that, or any project that you hear members of the other side criticize about delay, I want to make this point. Those projects are also being built by Guyanese. The contractors are Guyanese. The workers are Guyanese in almost all of the cases. And in many instances, the fact is, the delay happened because there's just too much happening in the country. It is hard to build a house today. It is hard to build a house today that will finish on time. Even Exxon building their headquarters by Ogle, they're behind. They're behind. So the point that I'm making is that we are working with people. Now, obviously, government responsibility, we have to deliver to the people too. But we're also not leaving the Guyanese people behind because they're they also have to play a role in building the country. I also want to say this as well. The transformation that is happening not around the country and not just in Georgetown, the transformation that is happening at City Hall itself, the building itself, that is happening because of central government. That place was left for decades without making any investment, any maintenance work. It was falling into a state of decrepitude. Government made the investment. You know when we made the investment? Probably since 2021, if I remember correctly. You know what was the cost of that contract? If I'm not mistaken, over $700 million. $600 or $700 million. Central government. Central government is the one that decided that we are aware that the beauty of the city should be brought up to a level where we can feel proud of it. We made the investment. It didn't happen because of emotion. Nobody forced us to do it. We did it because we know the importance of it. And as we are on that, because there's a reason why it costs so much. The reason why it costs so much is that because they needed to restore its heritage value as well. The building itself has significant heritage value. And I want to point this out, that government has already been working with the King's Foundation and the Commonwealth Heritage Foundation, for which the National Trust has an integral part that they are playing on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, to develop a plan, which you're going to hear a lot about in the next few months, because we are moving swiftly towards implementation. And that was one of the reasons why I did not table last year the new National Trust Act or bill, which will be tabled this year. Not a motion. I also want to emphasize the point that no one benefits from the city being in the condition that it's in right now. Le Repentir correctly identified that it was established in 1861, and very important persons have been buried there, including the Enmore martyrs. And Egbert Martin, who is considered the founder of Guyanese literature, he is also buried there too. Some other names which have already been mentioned. What I'm going to say, and I want to emphasize this point here. On our side, we take our responsibility of government extremely seriously. Extremely seriously. And it is very difficult for any group of people to maintain this level of intensity and focus to delivery of government work, because there is a maniacal focus on ensuring that we use this period as the transformative period for everyone in this country. And no motion, despite the fact that we agree, we are sharing a degree of common interest no motion is required for us to execute what we consider to be our role as government, even when other agencies or institutions are failing. The people of Guyana, everyone, we deserve to live in a great country. The people of Georgetown will also get better government when the People's Progressive Party takes control of City Council. And what I will also say is that until that happens, every single responsibility of government, which is to ensure that people live a better quality of life, we take that very seriously, and we will do whatever it takes to execute that to the best of our ability. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal, to make his presentation.
I rise today in full support of this motion, which calls for the urgent restoration and maintenance of the La Repentiere Cemetery, a site of deep historical and cultural significance to all Guyanese. It is necessary for me, after hearing the contributions of the Honorable Bishop Juan Ejil, the Honorable Robson Ben, and the Honorable Charles Ramson, to respond to some of what was said. It is necessary for me to put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this motion is a simple motion, and what I had expected was the agreement, and perhaps we could have gotten through this in probably half an hour. But instead, my honorable friends on the other side sought to introduce the usual politicking, thinking that the Guyanese people can easily be fooled. And when we listen to the arguments that are put forward by my friends on the other side, it is as though they want us to believe that Guyana began its existence in 2015. And they seem to want us to forget that 23 years before 2015, the People's Progressive Party was in government. And when we speak of Georgetown being a garbage city, it was under the People's Progressive Party. Robson Ben, the honorable member, is not a new member to the PPP. He served in government under that 23 years when Georgetown became a garbage city. Priya Manikchand, the honorable member, is not a new PPP member. She served in the PPP when Georgetown became the garbage city. Zulfikar Mustafa, the honorable member, is not new to the PPP. He served when Georgetown became the garbage city. Dr. Frank Anthony, the honorable member, Bishop Ejil, the honorable member, Ashni Singh, the honorable member, Gail Tushera, the honorable member, Anil Nandalal, the honorable member, Bharat Jagdeo, the honorable member, Pauline Sukai, the honorable member, Joseph Hamilton, Vikram Bharat, Colin Kroll, name all of them. When Georgetown became the garbage city, it was under the People's Progressive Party. In 1992, when you came to government, it was the Garden City. It was the Garden City. And it seems to me as though because the People's National Congress reform, through a democratic process, is controlling or governing Georgetown, it is bothering you. It is a problem. It's like a plague in your minds. But let me tell you something. The People's National Congress reform will always be voted in as the mayor and city council of Georgetown, because the people of Georgetown knows who are responsible for the state of Georgetown. Let me put that in your heads. Put that in your heads and think about it and know the facts. I heard the Honorable Charles Ramson saying that he took a drive around Georgetown yesterday, not long ago. Yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, after he served in this government for 4 and something years, yesterday he accepted that Georgetown is in a state that it shouldn't be in. After 4 and something years he served in government. Let me remind him, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2015, it was not in that state. In 2020, between 2020 and 2015, it was not in that state. 2015, when the very David Granger came to government with his government, it was people, it was the private sector, it wasn't the government, it wasn't the AP and UAFC government, the people, Guyanese, ordinary people, how fed up they were with the 23 years. The ordinary people came together. The ordinary people formed themselves into teams, and they created a movement to clean Georgetown because of what it was. And it is from then that Georgetown was restored to the Garden City. The last time it was the Garden City before 2015 was 1992, just before the PPP comes to government. So the PPP has always had a problem with Georgetown. And from 2015 to 2020, there were high praises for the coalition government because there were worthy investment made in restoring Georgetown to the glories it was supposed to be and was during that period. After 4.5 years of this People's Progressive Party, they come now to tell us that it's in a state it should not have been. You created it in that state. All of you over there, you are responsible for the state of Georgetown right now. You are responsible for it. You must not forget that. We must remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, when Honorable David Patterson served as Minister of Public Infrastructure, rainfall today and water come off the land in half an hour. We must remember when Robertson Bendy, honorable member, served as Minister of Public Works, rainfall today and weeks after water still on the land. So it's not a case where it cannot be addressed. David Patterson, the honorable member, showed us that we can fix Georgetown. The Minister of Communities at the time, Honorable Ronald Bulkan, showed us that we can fix Georgetown. The AP and UAFC showed this nation that we can restore Georgetown to its glorious days of being the Garden City. But the People's Progressive Party, they simply have a problem because they're not controlling Georgetown. Well, you will never control Georgetown because the people of Georgetown are sensible and they know who are responsible for having them in the state they currently find themselves in. And in 9 months' time, they will show you what is it that they can do. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also tell you that the Honorable Charles Ramsey said that the Mayor and City Council collects around $2 billion from the people in Georgetown. But what he didn't tell us is that central government collects hundreds of billions of dollars from this environment of Georgetown. So when the people of Georgetown calls for an investment from central government, you are collecting money from the people of Georgetown too. Central government is collecting several billions of dollars from the people of Georgetown. So don't make it sound as though you over there don't have that responsibility for the people of Georgetown. Don't make it sound as though Georgetown people are not entitled to be given developmental projects. Billions of dollars you collect from them. And that is why it is necessary, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me to mention that when the coalition was in government, we made significant investment in Georgetown. But not just Georgetown, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's right. It must be recalled that when we talk about these tongues and their subventions, the People's Progressive Party had subvention for Georgetown in 2015 at $22 million. $22 million. We had no oil money. No. Absolutely no oil money. But we were able to raise that subvention to $30 million, a 36.4% increase. 36.4% increase without oil money. From 2020 to now, I would love to hear the Honorable Sonia Parak tell me where it is. Not a single dollar. The subvention after 4.5 years is still at $30 million. And the thing is, Madam Speaker, we got the oil money now. Yes. So we got the oil money for do everything else. Their salary went up by 35%. The same 50% they're talking about every minute they get the time. They're enjoying that 50% and they increase it 35% more. But the subvention for Georgetown has not been increased. $0 in subvention. And they will stand here and they're going to tell me everything else what they do for Georgetown. Well, listen, the coalition did a lot for Georgetown too, and plus increased their subvention. The coalition invested in the Georgetown Restoration Program. The coalition invested, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the same time when we increased the subvention, we also focused on ensuring that the Georgetown Restoration Program saw massive development in Georgetown. So let me reiterate, not only did we increase the subvention, but between 2015 to May of 2020, $988.999 million was spent under the Georgetown Restoration Program without a cent from oil, to assist in rebuilding and strengthening the capacity of the Mayor and City Council to develop and to enhance and deliver economic and environmental services. Madam Deputy Speaker, We rehabilitated the Kitty Market Phase 1 and 2. Central government did that. The APNU, AFC, central government rehabilitated the Kitty Market Phase 1 and 2. And no amount of shouting from the other side, no amount of stink mouth can stop me from telling this house and the people of Guyana what the coalition did for the APNU AFC developmental project for Georgetown. We rehabilitated the East Ramvelt Market Phase 1 and 2. We rehabilitated the border market, and we rehabilitated the East La Penitence Market. Funding for constituency-led community development works, including cleaning of alleyways, installation of street lights, construction of bridges, repairs to road, and upgrade of the park, provision for equipment, construction of a new administrative building. So don't make it sound, Madam Deputy Speaker, as though they are brand new to bringing development to the mayor and city council and the city of Georgetown. Guyana, as I said, did not exist the other day. The 23 years that you have sat there in government, in the filth that Georgetown was created by you, we had to clean it. And we not only, again I say, we didn't only increase the subvention, but we invested. And it is that program that we started that you are now running on. You are now running on it. It is nothing brand new. You are copycats because it is something that worked. It is something that developed. That arch, the arch at Brick Dam, that arch at Brick Dam, how many people knew about it? They only knew about it when David Granger came to power, when the APNU AFC came to power. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to come now to what I will have to now talk about something that Comrade Edgell spoke about. Honorable Edgell, you need to apologize to that father that is mourning the death of his 13-year-old. I told you that already. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at what Comrade Edgell said in terms of Georgetown, I want to put on record that the mayor and city council, and this is taken from the Auditor General's report, submitted their financial statements for up to the year 2018-2019. It is detailed here. They submitted their financial statements for 2005, 2007, 2012 to 2016, 2018 to 2019. That is in the Auditor General's report. But it is not them who have to deal with the audit. The Auditor General got to find the time to go there. The Auditor General has to find the time to go there. The Mayor and City Council of Georgetown did their part, which was to submit their financial statements. But listen what he wouldn't tell us. He wouldn't tell us how much or how many years the other councils that are controlled by the PPP, how they are lagging behind. You wouldn't tell us that. You wouldn't tell us that the Anne Regina Town Council year of last audit was 2017. You wouldn't tell us that. You wouldn't tell us that the Rose Hall Town Council, their last year of audit was 1998. You wouldn't tell us that. You wouldn't tell us that Corriverton Town Council, their last year of audit was 2021. You wouldn't tell us those things. No, but you want to create an image as though Georgetown is lagging behind. Well, my good friend, Georgetown has satisfied what they ought to satisfy, and that is to submit their financial statements. And it is now the Auditor General who has to find the time to go and do his part. You and I know that. It is the facts. It is the facts. Madam Deputy Speaker, Let me say that in communication with the Georgetown mayor, the government, the PPP government, that is what Honorable Christopher Jones said. The PPP government owes the mayor and city council $7.7 billion. $7.7 billion. Pay the people their money so they could do work. Pay the people their money so they can do work. And you know what, Madam Deputy Speaker? Between 2015, when we had a budget in August of 2015, to the last budget that we had, which was in November of 2018 for 2019, not a cent the coalition didn't owe City Hall. Their rates and taxes were paid. So the PPP government needs to stop coming to this house with a line item that says rates and taxes have billions of dollars in its accumulated amount and not transferring it to its rightful place, which is the mayor and city council of Georgetown.
Correct.
And the NDCs also. And Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, Gaisuku owe them too. Gaisuku owe NDCs lots of monies. So please, the next time you come with your supplementary, which is probably one more time you're going to get for come, probably in July, because we know November you're gone. So when you come in July for the supplementary, please ensure you cater to pay the NDCs so that they can do their work and develop their communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, we got to remember also, as I said, the PPP wants us to believe that, it's only 2020 we start. We weren't there all the time. 2020 is when God said, let's do it, and we start, and that's when Guyana started to flourish. They didn't have nothing like Kelvin Lal. Kelvin Lal wasn't one of them. Was he one of you? Oh, the house went into silence. Kelvin Lal was the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. He was the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development when he said that he wished for an epidemic in the city. He wished for an epidemic to break out in the city. And a couple of mornings after he said that, remember we had what? Chikungunya. We had chikungunya. These are the honorable people. The honorable people who want us to believe that they were not existing there. Madam Deputy Speaker, the records will show that in 2015, when the coalition came to government, the transformative agenda that was on the table, that commenced without oil, is what these honorable people over there are building on with oil money. And it is no different from 1992 when we had the economic recovery program in place. It was the PNC that brought the economic recovery program, and they inherited in 1992, strived on it, and made significant movement. And it was there from up to 1997, and then we started to see the decay on the Barra Jagdeo when he came about. So it is always, history has shown us, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the PNC has always had the idea, and it's the PNC, their documents that they're working on, and then they want to come in now and snatch it as though it is brand new. It is not brand new. Because when you look at the work from 2015 to 2020, we improved NDCs. We started to develop grounds in this country, playgrounds in this country without oil money, Madam Deputy Speaker. We started to develop it. Wakenham, Mariah Juana Community Center ground, we developed it for children to play on, for the community to enjoy. Wakenham enjoyed asphaltic concrete road, something they never saw before. under the coalition government. They started to enjoy street lighting under the coalition government. They started to enjoy reinforced concrete bridges under the coalition government. Leg 1 saw the same improvement. Rip-rap structure across the coastline. The coalition invested billions of dollars. We created new tongues in this country. Zealot Sugar Welfare Scheme, which was a stronghold of the PPP, never had light water nor proper roads for 23 years. The coalition came to government. We give them asphaltic concrete roads. We give them street lights. We give them proper drainage. And you come here to tell us that we did nothing? Those people know what we did for them. And they know that we did it without a cent from oil. They know that we did it without a cent from oil, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can list several farm-to-market roads that we created, we built, we focused on because they were all not existing for the 23 years. Those people, those honorable Kavakamites were in office, and they only became visually accessible, and it only became operationalized because of the vision of the APNU AFC. Can you imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we had oil resource? Can you imagine if we had oil resource at our disposal? Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Guyana, they now have 4.5 years of the PPP and 4.5 years of the coalition. And they see what is it that the PPPC has done, and they know what is it that we have done. And they have not seen anything of transformation from the PPP. I am not going to stand here and attribute the road, the 4-lane road, to the PPP. Sherrod Duncan has said, Honorable Member Sherrod Duncan has said it before, that plot of land was always there for that road. It was always there for that 4-lane road since Lyndon Forbes Sampson Burnham time. The vision was always there for a road to go there, but we didn't have the resources, we didn't have the money. The need for that Demerara River Bridge always was in the pipeline. Demerara Harbor Bridge was a vision from Burnham. And we always knew that that floating bridge had a lifespan. So we knew that there was need for a new bridge. So it's not something that is new that the PPP brought. You know what is new that the PPP has brought to this country? You know what is new that they have brought to this country? Madam Deputy Speaker, the corruption. It's stinking. That is what you have brought. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot use.
Honorable Member, you know what you did. Please, Honorable Member, retract your unparliamentary.
I was referring to a report, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll withdraw the context in which it was used, but quoting a document, my understanding, and I'm going to yield to your guidance, my understanding is that you cannot use the word in its context to label, but there is an official document called the Corruption Perception Index. That's a document. I'm not labeling. I'm making reference to the Corruption Perception Index, which is a report that has labeled the PPP as being the C word. I don't want to use it back to have any disrespect for your chair. But that report has labeled them to be C. You know what I mean, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know that. And under the coalition government, a report of similar nature did not have us as C as we are now. So imagine, they have all the oil resource, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is what we are subject to. This is what we are subject to. we are subject to this, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we on this side never expected this debate to descend to a behavior that was demonstrated by the people on the other side, which began with the Honorable Bishop Juan Ejil and concluded, I'm sure, it will be concluded by the Honorable Sonia Parag in a similar manner, because she has demonstrated already what is it that she's capable of doing. But I had to use my time to inform the Guyanese people that they must not fall prey into believing Guyana began in 2015. Guyana had 23 years of the People's Progressive Party, and they damaged our country in that 23 years. And in 2015 to 2020, we saw some degree of transformation, and it is that transformation that they are now building on with the oil money. And they are simultaneously filling their pockets, getting rich by the day, and engaging only friends, families, and favorites. But we on this side of the house, we are assuring the people that the rising tide will hoist every boat and not just a few. We are assuring the people that we will continue from where we began, with the interest of making the small man the real man. We will bridge that gap that currently exists between the haves and the have-nots. We will ensure that we do not create a broader gap between the rich and the not so rich. So when we talk about salary increases, if we give to the lower man, we will give a lesser percent to the higher man in terms of their salary. It cannot be fair for a man earning $100,000 to get 10%, which is just $10,000, and those over there who earn $1 million to collect $100,000. We cannot have that. We cannot create a big wealthy crew of a few people and at the same time have a large small people benefiting very. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in close.
Before you continue, Honorable Member, you require an extension.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do move that the Honorable Member be given 5 minutes to
He's actually
continue his
entitled to
presentation.
15.
15, sorry, to continue. 15 minutes to
Continue,
continue.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not hoping to use all 15, but I have to say that under our government, which is coming, that we will not have a Sugates either. We will not have a scandal where any Chinese individual will be seated in the living room of any of our government minister. None of them. And if any of our government minister engage in such, they gotta go. They gotta go. We will not have a Sugates. Mr. Speaker. I was mistakenly going to say Madam Speaker there. Forgive me, sir. But
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I heard what seemed to be a racial attack on a member of the Guyanese community. And I'd like the honorable member to withdraw the statement he just made about Chinese people. Any Chinese person.
Honorable Member, you ought to have raised on a point of order. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, under the AP and UAFC, we wouldn't have a Brock-up Ben either. We wouldn't have any Hammerman Ben. You will remember, sir, that that was a slogan used when the Ministry of Public Works in the 23 years of the PPP was just walking around hammering down people's property, breaking up people's property. We will not have that, sir. We will have good governance, decency, transparency, and accountability. We will ensure that we lift everyone out of the nightmare that they currently find themselves in. And I believe, Comrade Speaker, that with the new government soon coming, that the People's Progressive Party will have to be buried at the La Repentier Cemetery. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. The honorable
Thank
member
you.
has
Thank
not
you.
withdrawn the statement I refer to which he said here.
Honorable Member Mr. Ben, he's not on the floor, and I didn't recognize that point that you stood on. I wasn't, but I'll check them. I'll check the minutes, and if there is any contraventions of our standing order, we will so have the adjustments. Honorable Member, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, the Honorable Sonia Parat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am rising in response to the motion that has been tabled before this Honorable House by the Honorable Valda Lawrence, and also the amendments that have been moved by myself on behalf of the government of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the members on this side of the House who stood up and represented ably, capably, in relation to the support of the amendments to this motion. Mr. Speaker, the Lurapentier Cemetery no doubt holds and should hold a special place in all Guyanese hearts. It's not just Georgetown, not just those who are living in Georgetown. And rehabilitating that cemetery is something that is good. And therefore, I applaud this government for taking steps way before a motion is brought to this House to do that. Mr. Speaker, I am unable from the onset to support the motion, not because the rehabilitation of the Lurapentier Cemetery shouldn't happen, but it is the undertone political that are being painted and thrown at the government, the PPPC government, for neglect and years of neglect that they claim that is attributed to the PPPC. And Mr. Speaker, I noticed that my friend, the Honorable Mahipal, thought the need to shout as much as he could. But you know what they say sometimes. Although when I have shouted, it was to quiet the noise because I couldn't hear myself. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you have an argument, shouting your argument doesn't make your argument better. And I will say for the Honorable Mahipal, his arguments were not better in relation to supporting either his motion or the amendments to the motion. Mr. Speaker, we've had many speakers and we've learned quite a lot about the historical background of the Lurapentier Cemetery. And I've heard it be called the Lurapentier Cemetery and all sorts of things. I mean, in the French language, it's Le, L-E, Le. I did French in high school. It's Le, Lurapentier, Lure souvenir. And so let's start with that. Let's start with calling it what it is, the Lurapentier Cemetery. No, the Lurapentier Cemetery. No, let's get to the history is wonderful. The fact that that is the first cemetery that we've had in Georgetown, and it holds a special place for those who have survived their ancestors who are buried there and their family and friends who are buried there. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've had a speaker before us who sought to speak on every single thing about the PPPC government and some of what that Honorable Member Mahipal might call what they did in government. Now, the first thing is, the first fact that we have to establish in this House, and I think it's swaying as it comes with speakers before. The first fact that we have to establish is that the mayor and city council has always been PNC controlled, APNU controlled from the inception. From the inception. That's the first fact. The second fact, please, Mr. Speaker, is that the Lerpentere Cemetery is by law, supposed to be taken care of by the City Council of Georgetown. By law. And it is by the collection of rates and taxes that you are supposed, and not, let me make it clear, let me define that clearly. It is by the collection of rates and taxes and not subvention that they are supposed to take care of the Lerpentere Cemetery. Now they want to say that the government is not, the PPPC government is not investing enough in the mayor and city council to enable them to do what they have to do with Georgetown and the cemetery and so on. Now first of all, let me denounce one fact. Well, let me state one fact. The Honorable Member Annette Ferguson came to the house very, very enthusiastic about the cemetery, as she's always been about cemeteries and deaths and so on. Very enthusiastic. And she stated that this government owes $13 billion to the City Hall. Well, Mr. Mahipal may have called the mayor, but let me just say that I have also spoken to the City Council, and I can definitively say that this government does not owe the City Council any monies. Any monies. As a matter of fact, no, let me state this. We do not owe. As a matter, you're getting a 13 billion there, you're getting a 7 billion there. Let me say, I definitively say that we do not owe $13 billion. The People's Progressive Party Civic. Let me get to that one. Let me get to that. The People's Progressive Party Civic does not owe any monies to the City Hall. No money whatsoever. No, I meant the PPPC. The PPPC. The People's National Congress, on the other hand, $6.7 and more billion to the City Council. And that is on record. That is on record. Now you want to come and you want to talk. I can pull the records when you're in government and show how much your government, as for the APNU, AFC, owe to City Hall. I can show you. I will lay it over to this house. So, Mr. Speaker, let's establish this government does not owe $13 billion. The People's Progressive Party does not owe any monies to the City Council, not a cent. And as a matter of fact, they have paid by the year. By the year we pay. When an invoice is given to our party, we go and pay our money to City Council. The PNC is not doing that. Now you come and you talk about flaring yourself, about corruption, and this, sorry, Mr. Speaker, on the C word, and this government. But let us start with a signing bonus that is supposed to be in the consolidated funds. Let's talk about an $18 million signing bonus that they first said that the APNU AFC government first didn't know about it. It was a gift. No, it's hidden somewhere. Oh, really? It was there? We went to sign, but really, was it there? No. But then, when confronted, the Minister of Finance then said, no, it's a gift. Because why? He was confronted by the people of the country in relation to that signing bonus. But had the people not confronted him on it, where that money would have been? We would have known about it. Would we have known about it? Would we have known about it? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mr. Mahipal also stood in this house and say, let's talk about the 23 years of government. Yes, we've been down a whole historical path. Well, I'm getting to that. Hold on. Went down a whole historical path of government. But you know who was here? Do you know who was here? The Honorable Chief Whip for the government side, Minister Gail Teixeira was here in 1992 when the PPPC government took the reins of office after devastation of this country, plunging this country into poverty for 28 years of rule and dictatorship. And do you know what? No, I want you to listen to this. When Minister Teixeira got into office and there was complaints coming from the residents in the city, she was here. I wasn't here, but Minister Teixeira was here. And she was in the city, and she was a minister. And the complaints that came to her is that the city was so filthy that diseases can come from it. And you know what the PPPC government did? They came and met the filth. In 1992. And you know what she said? They had to, that government, the Chadi Jagan government and the PPPC government at the time, had to set up a task force and a committee to manage the garbage situation in the filthy, clean up the city. So when they come to you and they say programs are being started by them and it's continued by us, that is where you have the mistruths. That is where you have the untruths and many more. But the honorable members here, the Honorable Ganesh Mahipal spoke to a history that he doesn't know of. But I can speak because Minister Teixeira has been a minister since 1992. And so when you came into government, well, I know you like to talk to the dead too. So let's talk about that. Now, let's fast forward. Mr. Mahipal also said that from 2015 to 2020, we came in, and you would think that that is only when they have started government, and that's when government was started. But you know, and he said, we have done an excellent job in the city from 2015 to 2020. Well, let me read from the Stabrook newspaper. Stabrook News. No, I'm reading a newspaper that's Stabrook News. Let them listen. 30th, Mr. Speaker, listen to this date. And I want you all to listen to this date. The 30th of April 2020. You know that was when? The 30th of April 2020. When we were in the middle of 5 months of an election rigging and holding up a whole country. When they were not governing, but using the indecency to go and rig an elections, right? This is what was written in to the editor by one Jenny, and I can lay that over, Mr. Speaker. I remember in 2016 there was a cleaning frenzy in preparation for celebrations of Guyana's 50th independence. So let me say, when they come to this honorable house and tell you we've been cleaning the city and the cemetery was a part of a jubilee cleaning up in a frenzy, and the only time they went and cleaned it. Now, the cemetery was weeded and drains were cleaned by City Council, which promised to properly maintain the site. 3 years later, this is Jenny writing because Jenny's parents are buried in Luripantere and she couldn't access it. 3 years later, as recently as August 2019, I read announcements in the local media again about the rehabilitation of the cemetery. But here is what Jenny said, and I will lay this over. It's in the newspapers. Clearly, promises were forgotten. Clearly, promises. This is by the APNU-AFC, who said we will clean, we will maintain. But no, they utilized monies to go in a frenzy for the 50th Jubilee, but was a big party and then didn't maintain beyond that. Fast forward to 2019, 3 years later, and the lady can't access either of her parents' grave. I will lay it over. Now, let's also talk about, they want to talk about the C word again. But here we will go, Mr. Speaker. The mayor and city council, and I would like to go back to that. The mayor and city council does not engage their constituencies, their residents, in relation to any budget planning. Any budget planning. Mr. Speaker, and I have the evidence of this. Not of that, but I have the evidence of this one here. And permit me to tell you about this. The mayor and city council has deducted from employees PAYE, and they have not remitted $1.7 billion to the GRA. No one knows where that $1.7 billion deduced from the employees. No one knows where that is. And it is circulated in a document. It is circulated in a document. And I can tell you, the Human Resource Management Department administered and approved one monthly payroll amounting to $103,437,900, inclusive of $5,008,801 in overtime. Statutory deductions were made. This is only a part of the 1.7. Statutory deductions were made, but they were not remitted to the GRA. Mr. Speaker, no one knows what the City Council has done with that money. So they want to come into this House and tell this government that when the PPPC is in office, the PPPC starved them of funds so that they cannot. I can get it layover, don't worry. Don't worry. Now, they come to this House and tell this Honorable House that the PPPC government is starving the Mayor and City Council of subventions. Mr. Speaker, the Mayor and City Council has continuously breached the Fiscal Management Act in not submitting its estimates for budget on time ever, always a month later. Now, Mr. Speaker, if this government is going to invest in this city, and we have been, we are going to ensure that the implementation of projects is managed by the government, because we cannot trust from the breach and the mismanagement of the Financial Act and the finances of the City Council. We cannot have confidence that they will execute these projects. So, Mr. Speaker, the government makes no apologies at this time, because the Mayor and City Council submits a work plan to the Ministry of Local Government, and that work plan is fitting within a subvention allocation. And according to that work plan, the Ministry of Local Government releases the subvention to the Mayor and City Council. Let's talk about increase of subvention. For all 70 of the NDCs that we have in this country, inclusive of those controlled by the APNU-AFC, have not only received $5 million in subvention, but an additional $4 million under a grant under the subvention program. So, Mr. Speaker, we have added to the subvention for each NDC, even controlled by them, even controlled by the APNU-AFC, in which they are grateful and they have expressed that. They have expressed that. Mr. Speaker, the mayor knows that he has sent the work plan to the ministry, and as of December 2024, the mayor and city council received their subvention in full. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak a little bit on the restoration project that they speak of so highly from 2015 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the APNU government undertook to restore the Lower Pontier Cemetery. They said they were going to expend $150 million. And in that scope of works, it was cleaning, it was putting up a fence. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, I checked the records. The scope of works of that $150 million project was never completely executed for the Liripantir Cemetery. Never completely executed. As a matter of fact, it was the Honorable Minister of Public Works, Bishop Juan Edghill, when they were doing the 4-lane cemetery road, that constructed the fence for the Liripantir Cemetery. Although that formed a part of the scope of works for the $100 million that the then town clerk spoke of as being a project of restoration at the Liripantir Cemetery. So, Mr. Speaker, how can this government and how can the people of Guyana trust that when they say we have $100 million and up to today's date, the scope of works for that $100 million cannot be executed? How can we trust and have confidence in them? You cannot. You cannot. You cannot.
How can you trust them? The Durban Park for over $1 billion is that Calamity State. You can't. The American government do something for former President.
In 2014, you had a Minister of Tourism and a Minister of Housing at that time in 2014. And there was $1 billion. And you had a Minister of Local Government, the Honorable, I think it was Mr. Whitaker at the time. $1 billion allocated in 2014 by the People's Progressive Party civic government for a quote-unquote caption called Clean Up My Country. Clean up my country. So, Mr. Speaker, this government has continuously, whether it been from 1992, whether it has been in 2006, 2011, 2014, 2020 to 2025, it has been this government that has been plugging money into the city and into the country to ensure that we tackle all areas. $1 billion was spent on that. The Liripantir Cemetery was and formed part of that cleanup exercise. $500 million was for cleaning of the main canals and rehab of the mayor and city council machinery. You had $500 million for the cleanup on main canals, rehabilitation of the mayor and city council machinery to ensure maintenance and continuous maintenance of the city, of which the cemetery was also a part of it. $100 million in 2014 was directed towards the Liripantir Cemetery. On the 16th of September 2014, Demerara Waves reported that the works were commenced and were ongoing for the cleanup of the Liripantir Cemetery. In 2024, NDIA tendered for cleaning of the borders of of the Liripantir Cemetery. In 2022, and I'm giving you a history down the line, of more recent history, sir. 2022, Walter Rodney Tomb was now officially a national monument in the Liripantir Cemetery under the People's Progressive Party civic government. Mr. Speaker, the government, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the Honorable Member, Mr. Bishop Juan Edghill, spoke on his projects under the Ministry of Public Works. But the Honorable Member didn't know that last night I looked at a YouTube video of a citizen of Guyana just wanting to see what the works were that were being done and how it was being executed and the impact that it will have. And they started from one part of that cemetery road and they came all the way down. And they were showing you the fence that was done. They were showing you how the 4-lane will connect to the other roads that were being done. And while they thought it was ordinary drainage work, they realized it was far more complex than that in terms of connectivity with other areas. Internal roads are being done. And the cemetery of itself, and that is the first phase, Mr. Speaker, of the restoration and rehabilitation of the Liripantir Cemetery under the Urban Renewal Plan. And Mr. Speaker, let's talk a little bit about the Urban Renewal Plan. That is a project and a program under the People's Progressive Party civic government. Over $19 billion have been executed by the Ministry of Public Works for main access roads in Georgetown. Over $19 billion from 2022 to 2024. The walkway on Lamaha Street was also done through the Ministry of Public Works as a part of the urban renewal plan. Look at the view and look at the beauty of the Lamaha walkway now, lined with benches, lined with beautiful trees with flowers. People love lovely lights. People can go and have a seat there with their family. People can take their birds out in the early morning. I see them with their birds out. They now have another space that they can safely go, and it beautifies our town. You have $1.5 billion being expended on Independence Boulevard, which I have also taken a drive along, and it is beautiful. You can look at look at December when you had the Christmas tree light up. Look how many citizens came out and enjoyed, and on a weekend basis and a daily basis, people enjoy that space. The Esplanade, which is the First Lady's project that enhances the urban renewal plan, is an area where you can find, no matter what day of the week that you go on, you can find families out there with their pets, go by themselves, you're just going for a run, you can find them in that space and having a wonderful time in that space. Mr. Speaker, $475 million was the investment on the 4-lane road, that is the Cemetery Road now, that we can drive safely, we can commute, we can connect to other roadways that will ensure that for efficiency of movement as well as less traffic congestion. You have concrete drains on both sides of those 4-lane, and I dare say that is the beginning of the restoration of the Liripantier Cemetery. You have concrete drainage that lines the border of that cemetery, along with the fence that have been put up for safety and security that the APNU AFC have been talking about, but they have never done. They have never done. $500 million on the cross streets that are from the cemetery has been expended by the Ministry of Public Works. $100 million on internal roads in the Liripantier Cemetery is being done by the Ministry of Public Works. And there is a continued plan for the restoration of the Liripantier Cemetery, as we do have a plan as a government for all of the cemeteries across the country. There will be a collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government, the local democratic organs, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Public Works to ensure that we have this established. Mr. Speaker, I've heard talks about the Honorable Member Annette Ferguson spoke about when you come to this house, you must consult with the local, you must consult with the relevant authorities. But I don't think the Honorable Member, maybe she doesn't follow my page, but the mayor himself was invited personally, called him personally, and he can attest to that, and invited him with councillors to my office at the Ministry of Local Government to involve him in a meeting that I had with the King's Foundation on the restoration and the urban development for our capital city. And he partook in that meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, past tense, you don't know what past tense is? Past tense.
You know where to go.
And he was a part of that meeting and he contributed. And he can attest to that. Mr. Speaker, the new plans for the Liripantier Cemetery will also include constant debushing and cleaning, maintenance. And this is the part that I believe that will assist very well. In between the tombs that you have, and the Honorable Valda Lawrence can hear me on this, in between the tombs that you have you have some narrow spots and you may have some wide spots. And in between that, you have the grass that is growing up very quickly, and as the rain falls, it may grow even faster. So the government has put a plan in place that we will execute shortly to ensure that we will now be putting concrete strips in between the tombs to prevent that kind of grass and vegetation growing up, so that there's less maintenance and it can have a better look and people can be able to visit the tombs of their loved ones with ease. So those are some of the things that we're putting in place in relation to the Lerpenteer Cemetery. Mr. Speaker, on a more holistic plan for the town, and this is to promote sustainable urban development. The government of Guyana, through His Excellency, is partnering with and has partnered with the King's Foundation. And very recently, we partnered with the King's Foundation and the Qatar Foundation Center, the Earthna Center, to promote the LCDS 2030. A signature building will be constructed in Georgetown using all local materials and skills, all local skill set. The building will demonstrate the cultural and environmental heritage, and it can inform modern practices and will provide an important template for that sustainable urban development and locally led construction in Guyana. That is just one part of what we're doing. What we want to establish in Georgetown with the King's Foundation is a restoration not only on a part of Georgetown, but different spaces in Georgetown. So the botanical gardens has already begun, works have been, and we want to be able to connect that with the park and the restoration of the park. As you see, the First Lady has also enhanced the park has already worked on enhancing the national park with the Kiddies Corner, or the play park that we have. I know maybe Mr. Mahipal has taken his son there already, but it's a beautiful space to be. It is a beautiful space to be. And also, Mr. Speaker, we want to be able to create green spaces in Georgetown. The Honorable Vice President recently announced that there will be a project that will commence shortly of planting over a number of years 50,000 trees in this urban space and along the East Coast and East Bank, and that will also be a part of that holistic plan that we have. So massive investments have been in the town as we've been going along, as we have started since 2020 and moving on to 2025.
To move on further, you need an extension, Honorable Minister.
The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given an extension of time, I believe it's 15 minutes on the standing orders, to continue her very good presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Perez,
Thank you very much.
may continue. You have 15 minutes to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will also have in that restoration project the restoring of historical buildings and historical sites. So you will see the town coming back to a space where the restoration of these historical buildings will be done. You will have green spaces that will be safe and family friendly, family oriented, but it doesn't stop there. It also includes the cleaning of the cemeteries. It also includes the restoration of markets. The honorable member Valda Lawrence during the budget debate would have also asked about the border green. That is one area that we are looking at to to construct, and we are looking at rehabilitating parts of the Stabroek market as well. So there will be the King's Foundation have also began conversation in relation to the Stabroek market, of which the mayor was a part of that conversation too. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many things that are going to be happening. However, it will be led by central government because, as I have said before, the restoration of the city and the projects that we want to implement while our country is transforming, while we want to promote a healthier living or lifestyle in our tongue, it necessarily includes all that we want to be able to, all these connecting dots that we want to have in our tongue. Mr. Speaker, it is because of all of this investment and what we've been doing for many years in terms of developing our tongue that I have moved the amendments that is before the Honorable House now. And it is those amendments that I will one second, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I have it. Mr. Speaker, so because of those efforts and investment, and you would have seen in what I have put forward, that be it resolved that this National Assembly supports the government in its effort to upgrade this historic facility and to implement the plan for its maintenance, including drainage infrastructure, thereby elevating it to the status of a national memorial, it forms part and parcel of the government's effort and financial investment in the township. And it is to promote a healthier and better lifestyle for the residents of Georgetown and those who are coming from different areas in our country to Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, in relation to solid waste, and I have to say this for the umpteenth time, the Ministry of Local Government and Central Government is not responsible by law for the collection or disposal of garbage. It is solely with the Mayor and City Council with the rates and taxes that they will collect. But government has, and this is something that I need to put out there, the previous government, with all that they have claimed that they have done, which I have no evidence of and see no evidence of, and they say the people know what they did, but the people know what they didn't do, and that's why they're over there. But they have not created one landfill site in this country that we know of at all. And Mr. Speaker, this government from 2020 to 2024 created 13 landfill sites in different regions. 13 landfill sites, investing tremendously in that. And in the upcoming 2025, we will be establishing landfill sites in Region 2, Region 3, Region 4, Region 5, Region 6, Region 9, and Region 10. All of those will be getting landfill sites. So, Mr. Speaker, we will also be procuring garbage trucks from the Ministry of Local Government to enhance the capabilities of the local democratic organs, including the Mayor and City Council of Georgetown. And so while this government is not mandated by law to do all of these things, we are making the investment nonetheless because we want to be able to satisfy our people. So when they say about not equipping, we are not equipping the Mayor and City Council with the funding because of their previous and continued mismanagement of funds and lack of any vision in terms of providing something for the people of this town that they can be proud of. They have nothing like that. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore, on behalf of the government, table the amendments to the motion on the Luripantier Cemetery, and the amendment to the above motion is as follows. After the last and whereas, add a new and whereas, which reads as follows. And whereas the government has initiated a plan to upgrade cemeteries across the country, including Luripantier Cemetery in 2025. 2. Amend the be it resolved clause as follows. Remove the words call on and replace with the word support. Add the words in its efforts after the word government. Add the word to before word implement. Change the word to the before the word plan. The amended clause will now read, be it resolved that this National Assembly supports the government in its effort to upgrade this historic facility and to implement the plan for its maintenance, including drainage infrastructure, thereby elevating it to the status of a national memorial. Mr. Speaker, the government understands fully well that our citizens need to have a place where they are proud to have their ancestors be buried, where they can go with ease and comfort, and we have continuously executed works to maintain the Liripantier Cemetery. And despite all that have been projected in this honorable house and onto the media, the only time that the mayor and city council and the PNC-led mayor and city council would have taken this seriously was when they were holding a jubilee for the Republic anniversary, and when in 2018 they knew their 5 years of a term was coming to an end, and they decided to do something, but however, that something was never done and completed. So, Mr. Speaker, it is always this government that helps and invests and makes sure that every sector gets better. Every sector gets better. And most of everything that was done in 2014, everything that was done in 1992 for the cleanup of the city was also done without oil money, far from oil money. It was actually done with a debt hanging over every single Guyanese head. And still, it was done. So, Mr. Speaker, when you want to talk about the C word, when you want to talk about not having oil money, then you should not have spent over $70 million on scholarships for yourselves. You should not have gone and increased your salaries before you looked at the people. You should not have gone and hide a signing bonus which you didn't think the people would know about. So, Mr. Speaker, you should not have gone and spent $150 million on a feasibility study which you didn't use. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to talk facts when we come to this honorable house. And if you are going to start your presentation with, we always come here and talk facts, make sure that you have the evidence of the fact. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is publicly known is otherwise. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I ask the honorable house to support the amendments that have been proposed by the government of Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to begin by responding to some of the many things which were said, first by the Honorable Juan Jill, and then I'll move on to the others. I will stick to a few, sir, so as not to lose focus on the purpose of the motion titled Rehabilitation of the Liripantier Cemetery. The Honorable Minister said, and I'm paraphrasing, the government is not unwilling, unable, nor reluctant to ensure the beautification of not just the Liripantier Cemetery, but all the cemeteries. Kudos, happy to hear that, and the people across Guyana would be very happy to hear that. Then he went on to say something which I thought of when I was preparing this motion. He said, there should be no fight. And I do agree with you. This is not a matter for us to fight over. Mr. Speaker, instead of proceeding in the frame of there being no fight, and tell us more about this $1.3 billion, which we learned this morning, he went on a 2025 campaign. A campaign, sir, on a motion that speaks to a cemetery. I was not surprised, but I must say, Honorable Minister, I was disappointed. Just like those persons whose lives on Savage Street and Toucan Drive, who lives on Savage Street and Toucan Drive, were listening to the debate. They did reach out to me on WhatsApp, and they were like, oh boy, what's really happening? Is the cemetery we're talking about? Mr. Speaker, I do not represent the mayor and city councillors here, nor any other place. I stated clearly in my opening that I propose this motion with a deep sense of duty and responsibility. However, Mr. Speaker, in all fairness to the Georgetown City Council, it is not true that they are not doing anything. We heard about some of the things from Honorable Ganesh Maipal and Honorable Christopher Jones. Many of the projects that were proposed by the Mayor and City Council from a long, long time onwards of how they can be able to garner monies to meet their expenses. I recall that in March 2019, a cemetery modernization plan was completed by some consultants for the Georgetown City Council. And it was presented to the then Minister of Communities. And in 2020, it was also presented to the Minister of Local Government. So we can't say they're not doing anything. There is a plan. I am also aware that on the 1st of this very month, February 2025, the Engineers Department published a new fee structure for burial and services in that very cemetery. And I assure this House that even the increases listed there cannot suffice for the maintenance of the Lee Repentir Cemetery. The costs range from $3,000 to $24,000. Not everybody who dies bury in the Lee Repentir Cemetery. They bury all across the country. Some days there is nothing going on there. I also recall, Mr. Speaker, that in 2023, the Council's proposal to have properties in the city revalued. Sir, as you are aware, that many persons have turned what used to be cottages into 5- and 6-story buildings, and they're still paying the same rates as though it was a cottage. More services, more people, more housing, more businesses, and they're expected to provide the services, but they cannot revalue the properties. Mr. Speaker, I further recall newsroom reporting that the Honorable Vice President Barrett Jagdeo has consistently stated that under PPPC administration, there will be no increase in property taxes in Georgetown. But yet we expect the City Council to carry out its mandate. In June 2023, he addressed concerns, that is the Vice President, about potential tax hikes, emphasizing that the PPPC had no plans to raise taxes in the city. He highlighted that previous contracts under the past government aimed to update property valuations, which could have led to increased taxes, but he said the PPPC opposed such measures. May I ask the Honorable Juan Jill, why is his ministry collecting payments for billboards around the city, when in the 2801 law, it gives that right to the mayor and city councilors of Georgetown. Thank you. And so, Mr. Speaker, we can go on and on throwing words back and forth and back and forth and forth and back, but that will not solve the issue of the maintenance of the Lee Repentir Cemetery. I wish, therefore, sir, to highlight once again the fourth whereas clause. It says, the Georgetown City Council is unable, Honorable Parag, to garner adequate funds to provide services such as security and maintenance, among others. I rest my case, sir. Let me turn my attention to the Honorable Minister Ramson. Always hear he bantering about this ground opposite me and, what the government doing and so. What I like about what he says is that he met a ground. Not like in other cases where he would come and say there were bushes and they turned it into a play field. He met a ground. And I want to tell him something about that ground. That ground was an open space filled with bushes. And it was used by some unsavory characters to hide properties which they stole from people in the community and surrounding communities. And during that time, Mr. Speaker, I became very familiar with the officers at the impact base on Brick Dam, at the Brick Dam police station. And they were very helpful. And I remember after one incident, the officer, I wouldn't call his name, he's still in the force, don't want him to get sent home, said, the best thing for us to do is to clear this area and ensure that there are no bushes or any encumbrances that these characters can use. And Mr. Speaker, that thought shared became the catalyst for the beginning of the present playfield being in the state that it was as the Honorable Minister found it. He said he put up a fence, and I disagree with him. He replaced the fence, part of the fence. He said it is now being used by the youths in the community and other communities. I have news for you, Mr. Minister. I have a file this thick with requests and responses to young people in the La Penitence, Rheinveld areas who held various programs on that very field. We even had a Rounders Club on that very field, representing the communities. And so what you're doing is nothing new. It's just a continuation. And it is your duty to do that. Just as it was my duty to ensure that that field was kept in pristine condition even when you were in office. So this back and forth and forth and back, we are tired of it. Let me turn my attention not to the member who has not placed a motion or a question in this House, but to the Honorable Minister Parag. Honorable Parag, you spoke about putting up a fence on the Cemetery Road on the eastern and western side. I want to say to you that there's always been a fence there. I am telling you, there's always been a fence there. When the coalition government went into office, they refurbished it and they put up a new fence. And they took away all the wiring, all the fencing disappeared. And I assure you, that same fence that you put up, I lived there, madam, for 60-odd years. I assure you that that will go too. You spoke about putting the concrete between the tombs, and I heard the Honorable Minister Edgell said that too. I just want to tell you something. That is already happening. It is already happening. They're already putting concrete between the tombs. It is not anything new. What we have to do is to deal with those places where burial is not taking place presently. You speak about the city council's mismanagement. Madam Minister, if there is mismanagement at the City Council of Georgetown as the minister, call in the police. But what I would advise you is for you and your government to rethink of the present structure of our city council. It's long outdated. We need to change it and make it more modern so that they can operate in a manner that can be able to not only manage the city properly, but also to have a tier whereby we can have more participation and it can be run from a business perspective. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are some of us who come to this house just to make noise. But I will not, Mr. Speaker, I will not, Mr. Speaker, be distracted this afternoon. The last whereas clause, sir, of this motion calls for an implementation plan for maintenance of the Lee Repentier Cemetery, a maintenance plan. You see, sir, investing millions of dollars into new projects is pointless if we don't maintain them. Lack of maintenance leads to costly failures, safety hazards, and expensive repairs down the line. What we need is a proactive maintenance plan which will extend the lifespan of the infrastructure, which will save taxpayers' money and ensure services remain reliable. Mr. Speaker, prioritizing continuous upkeep over new development is not just smart, it's responsible governance. And so, sir, today, I wish to thank all the members who spoke on this motion, all of them. Sir, this 17th day of February 2025, give this House, through this motion, an opportunity to do what is right. And that is to ensure that the Lee Repentir Cemetery is put into a position where persons can visit the tombs or the resting place of their loved ones, and persons who seek to bury their loved ones can do so without fear and without having to walk with a chainsaw. Mr. Speaker, this evening, the true test of democracy is not in the victory of which side win. The true test, sir, would be for the people of Guyana, in this house and out of this house, to be able to visit the Lee Repentir Cemetery sir, and use it for the purpose it was built for, to be able to visit their loved ones, to be able to bury their loved ones, and to be able, sir, to look at this space in our country and feel proud. It would be able to allow persons, sir, not to be afraid to enter in, not to have to pay for police escort to take them in, but rather, sir, to be able to enjoy the ambience, to enjoy their visits, and most of all, to be able to recognize that their taxpayers' dollars is being spent for the upkeep, the maintenance of the Lee Repentir Cemetery. Sir, there are some amendments as read by the honorable member, and we on this side, we have no fear of those amendments. And we support the amendments. Because, sir, we would like to see the people of Georgetown and Guyana as a whole benefit from the use of the Lee Repentir Cemetery. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence, and Honorable Member, Minister Ejel.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the standing orders 39-2. A minister may conclude a debate on any motion which is critical of the government or reflects adversely on or is calculated to bring discredit upon the government or a government officer. It is in the spirit of this standing order, sir, that I stand to correct a number of misinformation and inaccuracies and to ensure that the record properly reflects what are the facts.
Well, thank you, Minister. Let me acknowledge your right of reply under that standing order and give you the floor.
Thank you very much, sir. A few days ago, Mr. Speaker, it looked like we were having troubles with our platforms, with WhatsApp. And I'm glad that we were able to get that fixed, because just like the honorable member, Ms. Lawrence, who received a WhatsApp from someone in a particular named street. My WhatsApp is also working. And I did receive a message that says, what is happening in Parliament today? The same people who took away the cash grant from the children, the same people who took away the money from the joint services, the same people who took away monies and livelihoods from 7,000 sugar workers, the same people who took away benefits from loggers and miners, the same people who took away benefits from the Guyanese people that are alive are now seeking to represent the dead. People who are alive were punished, and now we are having a big discussion about the dead. But I did reply. Yes, I will reply. Yes, yours is coming too soon. So I did reply, and I indicated that I believe that what is happening here coming from the opposition benches, it is a desperate attempt to endear themselves to the citizens of Georgetown, having failed to serve them while they were there the period 2015 to 2020. It is a battle for minds. And it is because of Mr. Mahipal's lack of content presentation. His juvenile approach to this matter and his usual pomposity of infantile politics.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
That I will bring to this honorable house, that his colleague who is sitting right next to him, who chairs the PAC, would have said, "My Paul, you should shut your mouth, you know, Edgel in the house." I want to read from the Auditor General's report 2017. The Honorable Member, Jury to Finance, is smiling. She knows exactly where I'm going. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, while the APNU AFC was in office, the APNU AFC said they love the people of Georgetown and they will do something for the people of Georgetown. And they gave monies to the City Council of Georgetown to execute some works in Georgetown. So, this is what the Auditor General had to say in 2017 about the monies, 300 million that was allocated in 2015 under the Ministry of Communities. The project profile as included in national estimate stated that the allocation was for the Georgetown restoration initiatives. The intended benefits included 1, environmental improvement, and 2, improve the health and well-being. According to the appropriation accounts, the full sum was expended, all 300 million. An analysis of the expenditure as contained in the Integrated Financial Management and Accounting System, the IFMAS, report summarized in the table below. Purchase of vehicle, debushing of the La Frontiere Cemetery, 52,163,000, restoration of Georgetown, 241,637,000. Listen to the findings of the Auditor General of Guyana. 261 payment vouchers for expenses totaling 247.558 million were submitted. This was 5.92 million more than the 241.637 million paid over to the council. Expenditure totaling 182.610 million were not certified by the relevant officer. The city treasurer's approval was not evident on 7 payment vouchers totaling 8.304 million. The Finance Committee full approval was not evident on 21 payment vouchers totaling 30 million. There was no evidence of acknowledgement from payees for payments totaling 12.816 million, which means you pay somebody, they got no signature to say the person collect the money or a receipt to say the person collect the money. The correctness, accuracy, and validity of 5 payments totaling 4.890 million could not be verified. 6 payments totaling 15.7 million were made on 6 contracts that were above the 1.5 million contract ceiling for the cleanup program. Payments totaling 42 million could not be validated in respect to 27 contracts. We could not ascertain whether a transparent system was used for the awarding of contracts. 12 contracts totaling 21 million were awarded to 1 contractor, contrary to the apparent stipulated maximum of 4 contracts to 1 contractor. There were 11 instances that indicated contractors may have provided false addresses to satisfy the criteria of having to reside within the area where the work was being done. Applications were not seen for 25 contracts, amounting to 37.500 million. The contract register was not properly written up. Moreover, not all contracts were recorded in the contract register. Key information, including payments on contracts, was also not regarded.
Typical PS. Give me a cup.
I can go on and on. This is the record of the Auditor General of Guyana 2017 that was discussed in the PAC, of which Mr. Figueroa, the honorable member, is the chairman, and my good colleague who made lots of fanfare and noise, my Paul, is a very active and aggressive member. And now you come to this house in a year when there is an election where the people of Georgetown has been consistently rejecting you, of which the honorable member Charles Ramson has shown the progression of how we have moved and where we will end up, seeking to endear yourselves back to them. You know what the people need to know? When you control central government and city government, you fail the people of Georgetown. And not only the people of Georgetown, but the people of Linden as well.
That's correct. And the people of New Amsterdam.
And the people of New Amsterdam. And Bartica. And that is why we are here discussing this. So, I also want to correct some things. Honorable Member, Ms. Walla Lawrence, my upbringing has taught me not to be very harsh or rude with my seniors out of respect of age, but I will answer your question politely and factually. Why is the Ministry of Public Works collecting money for billboards in the city? Simple. In the city, they are declared gazetted public roads by law, which is the responsibility of the Ministry of Public Works, who maintains those roads and have full control of those roads. The City Council has not provided a dime to patch a pothole in this city between 2020 and 2024. Not a dime. Not even crush a run in a hole. All the road maintenance work in the city of Georgetown, where it is gazetted main roads or roads that fall under the control of the main City Council 2801, were done by the Ministry of Public Works Special Projects Unit, totaling more than $1 billion.
They got a whole cortege. That's why they can't.
So that's the answer, honorable member. I want to move on. It seems that members of this House don't have an appreciation between, on that side I should say, except the Deputy Chairman, the Deputy Speaker. They don't have an appreciation of central government versus local government. City Hall has always been controlled by the PNC from independence until now. And you are coming to this House to blame central government, for the failure of a local government that Congress presides over. The logic is, all right, Honorable Mr. Jones, all right. You said if central government did not allow you to do your thing. You were in central government, 2015 to 2020, and I just read what you did with the money that central government gave to Georgetown.
Hear what they did though. They tried to keep out the land and keep it up. That's what they tried to do.
So,
that is what they tried to do. Try to keep out the land and keep it up.
I want to give some information to the House and the people of Guyana, so that there will be no excuse Mr. Speaker, everybody in Guyana knows. Mr. Speaker, everybody in Guyana knows that if you deduct monies from the salaries of workers to pay over NIS and GRA and you don't, it is a criminal offense. It is a criminal offense. Mr. Speaker, NIS is owed $196 million by the Mayor City Council. The Guyana Revenue Authority is owed $2.731 billion by the Mayor and City Council. GPL, Minister Ndar, they don't pay for their street lights. GPL, they owe GPL $3.5 billion for street lighting. Mr. Speaker, you know, a little earlier, keep shouting, it's going to help. Keep shouting, it's going to help. Mr. Speaker, they stood up in this house, and I guess because of the doctrine of the paramountcy of the party has indoctrinated them. They don't know the difference between party and government. That they stood up here and said the PPPC owed 13 billion. When we are accusing them that Congress owes 6.4 billion in rates and taxes, the rebuttal was the PPPC government owes 13 billion. I have, because I requested that I could provide to the House that came via WhatsApp the demand notices. The demand notices, and as a matter of fact, City Hall owes the PPPC $2,000 because we paid $2,000 more. Where is my honorable member, Ms. Ferguson, on this particular matter? That is why the standing orders allow for this right of reply to correct misinformation that is out there. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Minister, are you going to lay over that receipt? Because we have to put this to bed officially once and for all.
And they must apologize and withdraw.
For misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues that has to be addressed in Georgetown, and the honorable member, Ms. Lawrence, when she spoke to the motion, raised the issue of drainage. And I heard with the usual big tent fanfare, where we spin narratives about how Georgetown was not flooded. And I want to tell you about the drainage work. I know time up because truth is being told.
Aye, that's correct. They can't take it. Tell them.
In 2024, just last year, we spent putting local people to work in their own communities for the cleaning of drains and the silting of alleyways. And that is apart from the machines that were engaged by the NDIA to deal with the big canals. The Ministry of Public Works spent $1.101 billion to execute drainage work in Georgetown. In 2023, we expended $1.020 billion. In 2022, $425 million. In 2021, 800. In 2020, 390 million. The people of Georgetown are there to see that even though we are in central government and the mayor and city council has neglected to carry out their functions, Georgetown is not starved. The PPPC is making the necessary interventions to improve the lives and livelihoods of people in Georgetown. And that is why we could stand up here and boldly debate a motion like this. And we could represent our interests anywhere.
And no motion was ever needed.
The National Drainage and Irrigation Authority added to this. You know, We don't sit on our hands, you know. South Rungveld, Festival City, North Rungveld, that entire area is a basin. The Honorable Member Chris Jones, no rain, fall for the whole week, but the place still got water on the road. So we didn't sit on our hands. We went into the area. The president himself, Minister Zulfikar, and we did the drainage work. You know what we did? Put in a brand new pump at Liliendal that will help to drain that entire basin. 2 pumps. And go to the Auditor General's report and go to the Auditor General's report and find out what happened under the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC bought pumps to drainage, but you know what they bought? Fire wheel pumps, fire engine pumps, not drainage pumps. It's not fire engine pumps? Fire engine pumps. It is in the record. You know, I want to also address this issue of the Garden City versus the Garbage City. And we have to find out here in this house this afternoon, and the people of Guyana need to listen and judge for themselves. The PPPC government, under the leadership of my distinguished colleague, Minister Deodat Indar, the Minister within the Ministry of Public Works, with full support of the cabinet, has conducted several cleanup exercises, 10 so far. Different ministers work with NGOs, men on a mission, the military, the police force, the fire service, the private sector. And we moved hundreds of truckloads of garbage from one area. Just one area. And do you know what happened? We had to go back again and clean it. Something is happening. Something is happening. We have cleaned up this city. Border Market, Stabrook Market, Lombard Street, Sussex Street, Independence Boulevard, Cummins Lodge, the sea walls, hundreds of truckloads. And then you're going to come to this house and say it's a garbage city under the PPPC. We have to find out if there is some orchestration that every time there's a cleanup, there's a redumping. We have to find out that. We have to find out that. So please, if you don't own the dogs, you can't call off the dogs. And if the dogs were called off in 2015 to 2020, then we know who owned the dogs. If it was clean and there was no dumping 2015 to 2020, then we know who owned the dogs. And I hope somebody could deny and say they don't own the dumping dogs. You know, the honorable member got up and spoke about the various projects that was done. And I was asking them to name the projects that were done for the enhancement and the beautification of Georgetown. And the name Kitty Market. The Auditor General had something to say about Kitty Market today. 70 million cannot be accounted for. 70 million cannot be accounted for. Kitty Market done? Could anybody advise me if Kitty Market phase 1, phase 2 is over and it is now usable? We have to put the facts out there. My colleague, the Honorable Sonia Parag, has already indicated to this House what is our position as it relates to this motion with the amendments that we are making. But don't let us come here and pull wool over people's faces as if to suggest that there is some big neglect in Georgetown and the PPPC hate the people of Georgetown and we're not doing anything for the people of Georgetown. So it is the PNC that had to come now and force the PPP to clean up the cemetery because they're neglecting Georgetown. Georgetown has never looked as beautiful as it is right now. Whether it's North Georgetown or South Georgetown. And I know you're going to go wrong. And I anticipate the people being in the ring tonight to show some garbage here or some road that got a pothole. Because that is what the ring is all about. Sensationalism and taking minuscule items and magnifying it and creating optical illusions. But for us in the PPPC, the people who walk, drive, shop, park, and engage, they know the reality of what is happening in Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, I know you have lots of sentiments, and you have said it already in the House about your attachments to the area. I could assure you and all the other people of Georgetown and all the people of Guyana, this PPPC that is here now and the PPPC that will come after the next election, because the people will put us back, will not neglect Georgetown. And just like we have transformed other areas, you will see the Lepentier Cemetery being transformed into what is a place that everybody could appreciate, that we're doing something that is making sense. People can visit their loved ones, and because we're a government that believes in equity, it's not only Lepentier, it's cemeteries across the length and breadth of Guyana. I thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, honorable members. And while we're speaking about all of the physical work, I want to also implore we look at the records, because those who maintain the burial records have done an excellent job, the old-time way, and they can locate those graves within hours if you go there. I see you visit often, honorable member. Honorable members, we have two amendments. And the first amendment by Honorable Minister Prague is that we insert an additional whereas clause after the last. And that reads, and whereas the government has initiated a plan to upgrade cemeteries across the country, including the Lepentier Cemetery 2025. And I propose the question that we accept this proposal. Minister Parag, the standing order say we have to propose and then put. But if there's nothing, no one wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do propose that the amendment tabled in the House be passed as printed. Passed as put, sorry.
Honorable members, I put the amendment as proposed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is now part of the motion. Honorable members, the second amendment proposed by the Honorable Minister is a reworded resolve clause. And it says, be it resolved that the National Assembly supports the government in its efforts to upgrade this historic facility and to implement the plan for its maintenance, including drainage infrastructure, thereby elevating it to the status of a national memorial. And I propose the question. I now put a question that the amended resolve clause be accepted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment now stands part of the motion. Honorable members, I now put the amended motion on the Lepentier Cemetery, and I propose the question, and I put the question that the amended motion get your support. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion as amended on the Lepentier Cemetery now forms part of the resolutions of this House. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we will now move to the Financial Institution Bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
I just think
Minister?
maybe I missed it. My apologies if I did. But I think we have to put the first reading of the new bills. Did we put those?
So,
With Robeson? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we did. Sorry about that.
yes, we had them, Honorable Minister. Amply moved by the Honorable Minister Manik Chand and the Honorable Member Robeson Ben. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, this afternoon to move that the Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2024, Bill number 22 of 2024, which was published in the Official Gazette on the 18th of December 2024, be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend its principal act, the Financial Institutions Act, found in Chapter 8503 of the laws of Guyana. It is in fact a relatively simple amendment, but nevertheless, and notwithstanding its simplicity, an extremely important and profound amendment. Simply, it inserts into the principal act, after section 19, the extant section 19, a new section 19A. And that new section 19A provides for the establishment in Guyana of representative offices by foreign financial institutions as defined in the said section 19A now being inserted, with the prior approval of the authority vested with responsibility for supervision and regulation of the financial sector, that is to say, Central Bank of Guyana. It would be recalled, sir, that over the course of the years, we have been taking a succession of steps aimed at establishing the legal and institutional prerequisites for a stable, sound, and strong financial system, including legislation to establish the relevant regulatory and supervisory authorities, including and perhaps most prominently, new central banking legislation in the form of the Bank of Guyana Act and successive amendments over the years thereto, which now, when consolidated, provide a sound and strong basis for central banking in Guyana, including the vesting of responsibilities for regulation and supervision of the financial sector with the Central Bank of Guyana. We've also enacted legislation to provide for the licensing, regulation, and supervision of the financial sector, and in particular of financial institutions in Guyana. And in particular, here I would highlight the Financial Institutions Act, the principal act that we are now today seeking to amend, and of course, it's the successive amendments thereto, which together have provided a strong basis for licensing of financial institutions, their regulation, and their supervision. And pursuant to the mandate given to the central bank, we have been issuing over the years supervisory guidelines. We now have a wide range of supervisory guidelines which provide for the regulation of the sector. We've also enacted anti-money laundering legislation, starting, of course, with the original MLPA, enacted in 2000, Money Laundering Prevention Act, under which the FIU was originally established, and then subsequently successive AML-CFT legislation, anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism. I believe the first act, if my memory serves me correctly, was enacted in 2009, and we have enacted successive amendments to that AML-CFT Act, including in the current session of Parliament. Not so long ago, we enacted further amendments to the AML-CFT Act in response to recommendations coming out of the FATF and CFATF processes, the processes under the International Financial Action Task Force and the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, recommendations that would have come out of their successive reviews of our AML-CFT architecture, which led, of course, most recently to our successive completion of the latest mutual evaluation round, which saw our financial system being found to be in compliance with international standards and norms, much to the commendation of all of the relevant authorities operating in the sector and responsible and with respective mandates under which they are charged for regulation and supervision of the financial sector and other sectors that fall under the ambit of the AML-CFT legislation, and in fact, the operators under that sector, all of whom have reporting and compliance obligations. We have enacted a number of other legislation. We brought to this House, I recall bringing to this House in a previous term of office, legislation to license money transfer agencies for the first time, the Money Transfer Agencies Licensing Act. We brought to this House legislation to provide for credit reporting, the Credit Reporting Act. We brought to this House, of course, legislation in relation to other aspects of supervision, including legislation in relation to the real estate sector, the legislation in relation to hire purchase, legislation in relation to unregulated sectors that would need to comply with AML-CFT standards, etc. And the list goes on. Our supervisory guidelines, to which I've alluded, deal with all aspects of supervision and including things like branching, credit exposure review and classification, provisioning, limits on large loans and on related parties, acquisition of control, corporate governance of financial institutions, risk management, public disclosure of information, etc., including in connection with technology. I make these points really to say, Mr. Speaker, that the effort to build a strong and robust and well-regulated financial sector has not been an effort of yesterday. It has been an effort that has involved work, including work in previous sessions of this House and in previous parliaments of Guyana, work to ensure that we have a robust legal architecture in place. And beneath that, or within that, having legislated, we have, of course, also been establishing and progressively strengthening the institutions tasked with the respective mandates granted under the legislation. And so this amendment, like I said, is really very simple because it provides for this insertion. And its simplicity is also reinforced by the fact that it is not different in any material respect from legislation, from similar legislation that exists elsewhere. Financial institutions legislation in a number of other jurisdictions have very similar, almost identical provisions. And here I will cite just one example. The Financial Institutions Act of Trinidad and Tobago is just one example, but similar legislation can be found elsewhere in the region and elsewhere in the world. Having said that, having offered those remarks on the simplicity of these provisions, I will very briefly, sir, make the point that notwithstanding, as I said earlier, the simplicity of these provisions, of the insertion, I would like, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize the significance, importance, and profundity of the section that we're seeking to insert in the Principal Act today. Given where our economy is today, Mr. Speaker, given the rate of economic growth that we're observing, on which matter I spoke earlier today, given the rate at which international investor interest is growing in the Guyanese economy today, this investor interest is not confined only to the non-financial sector, but large financial institutions worldwide also have an interest in establishing a presence in Guyana and potentially doing business in Guyana and doing business with Guyanese and indeed international companies operating in Guyana. We have already received indications of interest by a number of international I hesitate to say international financial institutions because that is a term of art that has a particular connotation. We have already received indications of interest from financial institutions, foreign financial institutions, which is the term used in the bill. We've already received indications of interest by foreign financial institutions and some of the largest foreign financial institutions in the world interested in establishing a representative office in Guyana, similar to those that they have in other jurisdictions whose legislation provide for such establishment. We see this as an extremely welcome step. It is a first step to the establishment of a full presence. It allows them to acquaint themselves with the Guyanese economic landscape in a more direct manner. It allows them potentially to identify opportunities for doing business in Guyana and explore those opportunities. And so it really is an important first step because it lays the foundation ultimately for the establishment of a fuller presence. Be that as it may, they are subject, of course, to an initial round of regulatory supervision because they still require, as this section provides, they still require the approval of the central bank before they're able to establish this presence. And were they to establish a full presence, they would require a full service license from the central bank. And those provisions remain intact and unaffected by the current bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, it would be my preferred approach to stop there and simply say that this is, like I said earlier, simple but significant and important, and I trust that my colleagues on that side of the House will appreciate the significance and importance of this bill and its non-contentious nature and will support it so that we can secure unanimous passage in the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and at the appropriate time, I will move the required motions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I sat and I listened to the presentations that went before me, sir, I think I was a little amazed by some of what I heard earlier, sir. And it would be remiss of me to not say at this time, since I'm dealing with financial institutions, I heard our colleague earlier, the Honorable Edgell, spoke about the Auditor General's report from 2017. And I will start by saying, sir, that it is amazing that Mr. Honorable Edgell would come to the House and read word for word from a 2017 Auditor General's report, whilst the PPP simultaneously parades the street with the then mayor dressed in her red t-shirt, happily united as colleagues today.
To this bill? You know, there's only one arbiter with what stands in this chair.
Sir, I think my point was made and I will proceed. Sir, looking at the Financial Institutions Amendment Bill of 2024, I know the Honourable Member, Dr. Ashney Singh, did say that he trusts and would appreciate the support, and I do hope that Dr. Singh also, I trust that he will appreciate my contribution to this bill as well, because at the end of the day, we're all looking to have a country and a strong financial institutional framework that is attractive to not only the international community, but locally as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the Financial Institution Bill of 2024. Sir, while the government presents this as a step forward in financial regulation, I must point out that it spectacularly misses the mark in addressing the real challenges facing Guyana's banking sector today. This amendment primarily concerns the bureaucratic regulation of representative offices of foreign financial institutions, as Dr. Singh rightly expounded on earlier. Sir, while regulatory oversight has its place, we must ask, is this really the pressing issue in our banking sector today? Or is this what our economy and the people is crying out for right now? Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown tenfold in recent years due to the oil sector. Yet, remarkably, sir, the number of licensed banks serving our people remains unchanged. We have created a protected, highly profitable cartel that serves the interests of a few while extracting excessive fees from the many. Every member of this House knows the complaints coming from their respective constituents: high fees, limited access to credit, poor service quality. These are the real issues we should be addressing before we move to the amendment that is being debated here today. The amendment also raises serious questions about its interaction with our laws, and I trust that Dr. Singh in his response would address such. Mr. Speaker, under current legislation, an entity registered in Guyana is deemed to be carrying on business here and therefore subject to our tax regime. How does this square with the bill's definition of representative offices that supposedly don't conduct business? This ambiguity could create uncertainty for foreign institutions considering establishing a presence here. Mr. Speaker, what Guyana needs urgently is not simply more bureaucratic oversight of representative offices. What we need, sir, is a licensing of at least 2 new banks to break up the profitable cartel that is operating today. We need genuine competition that will drive down fees, improve service quality, and expand access to credit for our people. Not just some of our people, but all our people. Competition that will force our banks to innovate and better serve our growing economy. At this juncture, sir, it is extremely important that we also question why the government may be finding it difficult to attract other international banks. And sir, I do note that the Honorable Minister in his opening statement said that this legislation will be basically a first step. However, sir, that they are important issues that we must address, and we must be cognizant of the environment that exists today. And we must question whether it is the lack of certain legislations that is causing those banks not to be willing to come forward and set up offices, but rather just wanting to have their toes dipped into the water to test to see what is going on. Mr. Speaker, an international bank may hesitate to set up operations in our fast-growing economy because of our regulations and institutional framework are underdeveloped and are unstable. Our rapid growing economic environment has outpaced the capacity of our country's financial and legal systems to adapt, catering an environment of uncertainty for foreign investors. For example, sir, these inconsistent regulations, moreover, the weak enforcement of contracts and unclear tax policies increase operational risk and compliance costs for international banks. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, since our banking sector is dominated by a few entrenched players, New entrants may face significant barriers to competition, such as limited access to market shares or difficulty in navigating bureaucratic hurdles. Sir, these requires direct legislative change to remedy. Mr. Speaker, without a stable and predictable regulatory environment, international banks may view the risk of entering our banking market as outweighing the potential reward, despite our economy's growth trajectory. Sir, another deterrent for our international bank is the potential for macroeconomic instability in fast-growing Guyana. Rapid growth can sometimes lead to inflationary pressures, and we understand fully that we have looked at inflation in Guyana over the last years from 2020 to now. Also, currency volatility or asset bubbles, which pose significant risk to financial institutions. If the central bank lacks the tools to manage these challenges efficiently, international banks may be reluctant to expose themselves to such risks, sir. Furthermore, if our economy is heavily reliant on one sector, such as the natural resources, in Guyana's case, we're talking about the oil sector, it may be vulnerable to external shocks, much as we're speaking about global oil prices changes. So this lack of adequate diversification can make the economic outlook of our country uncertain and therefore discouraging long-term investment by international banks. While a fast-growing economy presents opportunity, the absence of stable, well-regulated and diversified financial environment can deter international banks from establishing a presence here. Mr. Speaker, further, low CPI scores, sir, and in Guyana's case, we know that the 2024 CPI score was 39. 39, sir, and the CPI score basically shows that if it's at 0, it shows that the country experiences very high level of deliberate mismanagement. And the farther away it goes to 100 is the less the country is experiencing deliberate mismanagement. Guyana, sir, with a score of 39, is said to be experiencing high levels of deliberate mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, that score indicating, as I just said, levels of perceived deliberate mismanagement in Guyana can be a major deterrent for international banks considering establishing operations in our country. Such CPI score speaks to the rule of law being undermined. It creates an unpredictable business environment and increases operational risk. For international banks, which are subject to stringent regulations, the requirements from their home countries, operating in a country with a low CPI score can expose them to legal and reputational risk. For example, deliberate mismanagement in the form of bribery, favoritism, lack of transparency in government dealings can complicate compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regulations. Banks may fear being implicated in deliberate mismanagement practices, either directly or indirectly, which could lead to hefty fines, sanctions, or damage to their global reputation. This perceived risk can make Guyana a less attractive destination for investment despite economic potential. Mr. Speaker, additionally, A low CPI score, one of which Guyana has, erodes trust in public institutions and weakened the overall financial system, making it difficult for international banks to operate effectively. An environment with a low CPI score often leads to inefficiencies, such as delayed approvals for licenses, arbitrarily regulatory decisions, and a lack of enforcement of contract, all of which are being experienced in Guyana currently, hence our low CPI score. These factors include the cost of doing business and creates uncertainty for banks that rely on stable and transparent systems to operate profitably. Furthermore, players in such a system can distort market competition, favoring well-connected local players over foreign entrances. Mr. Speaker, these discourages international banks from entering the market. A low CPI score signals systemic issues that undermine the confidence of international banks in Guyana's institutional framework, making them hesitant to invest in the market where deliberate mismanagement could jeopardize their operations and long-term viability. Mr. Speaker, the government, the PPP government that is, often speaks about transformation. But where is the transformation in our banking sector? Where are the new licenses? Where is the competition? Where is the innovation? This amendment does nothing to address these fundamental issues that are being experienced in Guyana today. The principal act that is being amended here today was passed in 1995 and was subject to 2 minor amendments in 2015 and 2018. Today, sir, with a $1 trillion economy, there are more fundamental challenges facing the sector and the economy as a whole. I therefore call on the government to bring comprehensive banking reform legislation that will address some critical needs in the banking sector in Guyana today. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I call on the government to establish clear criteria for new banking license. Sir, comprehensive legislation is essential to establish clear, transparent, and objective criteria for issuing new banking license in Guyana. The current system, sir, which has not seen an increase in the number of licensed banks despite significant economic growth, has created a protected cartel that limits competition and innovation. Legislation must outline the qualifications, financial requirements, and operational standards that new banks must meet to obtain a license. This includes capital adequacy ratio, risk management framework, and compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regulations. Sir, the criteria should also encourage diversity in the banking sector by promoting the entry of banks that cater to underserved segments of our population, such as small and medium-sized enterprises and low-income individuals. These are areas that are in dire need of amendments when it comes to our financial institutions laws. By setting clear guidelines, the government can ensure that new entrants are financially sound and capable of contributing to the stability and growth of the banking sector. Furthermore, legislation, sir, should mandate the regular review of these criteria to adapt to changing economic conditions and emerging risks. This will create a dynamic and inclusive banking environment that serves the need of all Guyanese citizens, and not just an amendment being tabled that is only catering to the needs of foreign institutions. Secondly, sir, I call on the government to consider strongly setting timelines for license application reviews. Sir, delays in the reviews and approval of banking license application can discourage potential entrants and perpetuate the existing monopoly. Comprehensive legislation must include strict timelines for the processing of license application to ensure efficiency and transparency. For example, laws could mandate that regulatory authority complete their initial review within 90 days and issue a final decision within, for example, 180 days of receiving a complete application. These timelines should be enforceable with penalties for regulatory bodies that fail to meet them. Legislation should also establish a clear appeal process for applicants who believe their applications have been unfairly denied or delayed. This will provide a mechanism for accountability and ensure that the licensing process is fair and impartial. By setting and enforcing timelines, the government can demonstrate its commitment to fostering a competitive banking sector and attracting investment from both domestic and foreign institutions. This will ultimately benefit consumers by increasing access to financial services and driving down costs significantly. Thirdly, I call on the Minister to strongly consider creating a competitive banking environment by bringing such legislation to this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, a competitive banking environment is essential for driving innovation, improving service quality, and reducing costs for consumers. Comprehensive legislation must address the structural barriers that currently limit competition in Guyana's banking sector. This includes breaking up the existing cartel by issuing new licenses and promoting the entry of small niche banks that can cater to specific market segments. Legislation should also prohibit anti-competitive practices such as collusion between banks to fix fees and divide markets. Sir, to further encourage competition, laws should mandate the publication of key performance indicators, we know that as the KPIs for banks, such as the interest rates, fee structures, and consumer satisfaction scores. This will enable consumers to make informed choices and incentivize banks to promote their services. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, legislation should promote the use of technology, such as a digital banking platform, to increase access to financial service in remote and underserved areas. By creating a competitive banking environment, the government can ensure that the sector evolves to meet the needs of a growing and dynamic economy. Fourthly, sir, I am asking for the government to strongly consider looking at legislation and bringing it to this National Assembly that protects consumers from excessive fees. Mr. Speaker, excessive fees are a major concern for consumers in Guyana's banking sector. Comprehensive legislation must include the provision to regulate fees and ensure that they are fair, transparent, and commensurate with the service provided. For example, sir, laws could cap fees for basic services such as account maintenance, ATM withdrawals, and wire transfers, and require banks to disclose all fees upfront in a standardized format. Legislation should also establish a regulatory body to monitor fee structure and investigate complaints from customers. This is in dire need today in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in addition to regulating fees, laws should mandate the provision of low-cost or no-cost banking options for low-income individuals and vulnerable groups. This could include basic savings account with no minimum balance requirement and limited transaction fees. By protecting consumers from excessive fees, the government can promote financial inclusion and ensure that all Guyanese citizens have access to affordable banking services. Mr. Speaker, fifthly, I am requesting that the Honorable Minister look at ensuring our banking sector grows with our economy. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's economy has grown significantly in recent years, and I alluded earlier to this being directly with regards to our oil sector. But the banking sector has not kept pace. Comprehensive legislation must ensure that the sector evolves to support the needs of a modern, diversified economy. This includes, sir, promoting the development of new financial products and services, such as green financing for sustainable development projects and venture capital for innovative startups. Legislation should also encourage banks to expand their lending to key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism to drive economic growth and, more importantly, job creation. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of the banking sector, laws should mandate regular assessments of the sector's performance and its alignment with national economic goals. And sir, at this point, I want to segue and say that that is something that is lacking in our country today. We should have a system in which we have national economic goals in which our citizens have seen clearly defined from government, and goals that can be monitored as they go along. So this could include requiring banks to report on their contributions to economic development, such as lending to SMEs and investments in infrastructure projects. By ensuring that the banking sector grows with the economy, the government can create a financial system that is resilient, inclusive, and capable of supporting long-term prosperity for all. Mr. Speaker, my sixth ask when it comes to the legislative framework that is being tabled is that our Minister, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, consider strengthening the legislation for cashless transaction. Mr. Speaker, enacting strong legislation for cashless transaction is crucial for Guyana, and it seeks to modernize its financial system and align with global economic trends. A robust legal framework for cashless payments would provide clarity, security, and confidence for both consumers and businesses, encouraging wider adoption of digital payment methods. Mr. Speaker, legislation can establish standards for electronic transaction, protect against fraud and cybercrime, and ensure that financial institutions and payment service providers operate transparently and responsibly in this environment. Mr. Speaker, this would help build trust in cashless system, which is essential for their success in a country where cash has traditionally been the dominant mode of payment. Sir, by creating a secure and regulated environment, Guyana can attract investment in financial technology, and better known as fintech, and foster innovation in its banking sector. Mr. Speaker, strong legislation for cashless transaction also promotes financial inclusion. A critical goal, sir, for Guyana's developing economy. Mr. Speaker, many citizens, particularly in rural and underserved areas, lack access to banking services. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, cashless payment systems supported by clear laws can bridge this gap by enabling mobile banking, digital wallets, and other accessible financial tools. Legislation can mandate that financial institutions and fintech companies provide affordable, user-friendly services to low-income populations, ensuring that no one is left behind in the transition to a digital economy. Additionally, sir, laws can address issues such as transaction fees, as I alluded to and expounded on before, data privacy, and consumer rights, making cashless payments more equitable and appealing to all segments of the society. As I go on, sir, enacting strong...
In order to go on, you'll need an extension of time.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 50 minutes to continue to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, honourable member. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, I'll just rehash the beginning of this statement. This is enacting strong legislation for cashless transaction is vital for Guyana's economic growth and competitiveness. A cashless economy reduces the costs and inefficiencies associated with cash handling, such as printing, transportation, and security. It also improves transparency, making it easier to track transactions and combat illicit activities like money laundering and tax evasion. For businesses, sir, cashless systems streamline operations, enhance consumers' confidence, and open up new opportunities for e-commerce and cross-border trade. By positioning itself as a leader in digital finance through comprehensive legislation, Guyana can attract foreign investment, strengthen its financial infrastructure, and integrate more effectively into the global economy, sir. In a world where we have increasingly driven digital innovation, strong legal framework for cashless transactions are not just an option, they are necessary for sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, the most recent data from the Bank of Guyana in their 2023 report stated, and I quote, "The number of mobile money accounts at the end of 2023 increased by 3.5% from 58,241 to 61,495, while the value of payments increased by 39.4% at the end of December 2023. Sir, the very report stated that the value of transactions settled through Visa Switch increased from $5.5 billion in 2022 to $8.5 billion in 2023. Mr. Speaker, those numbers are clear indicators, sir, of the willingness and readiness of our citizens to move from cash transaction towards cashless transaction, and such legislative focus should be prioritized in this regard, as opposed to the current legislation amendments being discussed here today. Mr. Speaker, a clear example of our dire need to enact strong legislations when thinking about finance and the movement of currency in Guyana is the distribution of the $100,000 cash grant. Sir, that system highlights the challenges of implementing large-scale financial initiatives, sir, in the absence of an efficient and inclusive financial structure. One of the primary difficulties lies in the logistical hurdles of reaching all beneficiaries, particularly those in remote and underserved areas. Without a robust digital payment infrastructure, the government was forced to rely on physical check distribution, which is time-consuming and prone to inefficiencies that are being reported daily. Long queues, transportation challenges, and the need for extensive manpower to manage the process has slowed down the distribution, leaving many citizens waiting for extended periods to receive their grants. This has not only frustrated the intended beneficiaries, but it has also increased the risk for error and mismanagement. So another significant challenge is the lack of widespread access to banking service and digital payment platforms. Hence the need to have parallel systems to change checks to cash in rural areas, as was experienced in Guyana recently and still being experienced today in that distribution process. This reliance on cash exacerbates the problem, as it limits the government's ability to track and monitor the distribution process efficiently. An efficient financial structure includes a well-developed digital payment system that could have streamlined the process by enabling direct transfer to beneficiaries' accounts or mobile wallets. This would have reduced costs, minimized delays, and ensured greater transparency and accountability. The difficulty faced in distribution, the $100,000 cash grant, underscores the urgent need for Guyana to invest in modernizing its financial infrastructure to support inclusive and efficient economic initiatives urgently, and this amendment does not address these issues. Sir, as I wrap up, I want to say to the members here today that we are operating a trillion-dollar economy with an architecture designed for a multi-billion-dollar economy. So this poses a significant risk, including systematic inefficiencies and vulnerabilities. The existing infrastructure, whether financial, regulatory, or logistical, may lack the capacity, scalability, and sophistication needed to handle the complexities of the vastly greater economy that we are operating in today due to the oil and gas. Sir, moreover, the mismatch between economic scale and institutional architecture can exacerbate inequality and hinder inclusive growth. A multi-billion-dollar economy's infrastructure may not have the mechanism to ensure equitable distribution of wealth, access to resources, or opportunity for all its citizens. As the economy grows, the gap between those who can navigate or benefit from the outdated system and those who cannot would widen, lending to social and economic disparities. Additionally, sir, critical sectors like healthcare, education, and transportation, which were designed for a smaller population and economy, may become strained, failing to meet the demands of a larger and more complex economy. Without comprehensive reform to align the economic architecture with the new scale, this risk of inefficiency, inequality, and systematic failure would only grow, jeopardizing long-term prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I would hope today that I have had the attention of the Honorable Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, and that these are grounds, sir, that I am hoping that we can see common grounds on. And while, sir, I did not present objections to the bill as was presented here today, I am saying that the urgency in this bill does not outweigh the urgency in the legislations that are well needed today. So, Mr. Speaker, I am urging the Minister with responsibility for finance to establish clear criteria for new banking license, to set timelines for license application review, to create a competitive banking environment, to protect consumers from excessive fees, to ensure our banking sector grows with our economy, and to strengthen our legislation for cashless transaction. Sir, and I thank you and this Honorable House for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation here today, and I find hope that we have crossed some paths with some favorable ideas today, Dr. Singh. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a well-known and frequently used saying that we should not let, or that one should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And essentially what that saying means is that we should not reject a good initiative solely on the grounds that it is not the most comprehensive and most perfect solution to all of the problems and ills and challenges of the world. Because were we to await the perfect solution, we might never arrive at the point where we have that perfect. While good solutions might be languishing, awaiting and going to waste and awaiting attention. And that, in essence, Mr. Speaker, captures not only the presentation that we were just regaled with, a presentation that essentially identifies all of the things that the honourable member believes need to be fixed. All of the things. The perfect and ultimate solution, while in fact grudgingly avoiding endorsement of what is evidently a good thing. And that, in essence, Mr. Speaker, actually captures the whole of what the APNU AFC represent. Because, Mr. Speaker, they spent 5 years in government doing studies to define the perfect solution while they did nothing at all. They spent 5 years, sir, doing exactly that, seeking perfect solutions while failing to implement any good solution whatsoever. Pipe dreams. Nice sounding words, fancy words that can stir up emotions. Removed from reality. Removed, completely devoid of any sense of reality. But nice sounding words, because that's all that the APNU AFC is good at. Nice sounding words and no action whatsoever. That is all that they're good at. Mr. Speaker, what should have been a completely uncontentious debate, what should have been a completely uncontentious debate, was reduced to a level of absurdity that struck me dumb. I listened in awe. I listened in awe at the absurdity that I heard. the irrelevant absurdities that I heard, which, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Honorable Vice President, as a leader of the opposition in 2015, said something extremely important. He said then, sir, that the People's Progressive Party, in opposition at the time, will support any initiative that benefits the people of Guyana. And time after time, repeated that commitment, that if the APNU-AFC would simply implement their own manifesto, that he would support it from the opposition benches. Alas, sir, they didn't implement their own manifesto. Instead, they were seeking perfect solutions. A study on how to solve the problems of housing, a study on how to solve the problems of the healthcare system, a study, a green paper or a white paper, whichever color paper of the day, to study the problems of the healthcare sector, and implementing nothing at all. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who spoke just now is so removed from reality. She lamented, sir, just to illustrate the abject incompetence of the APNU-AFC. She first of all said that there's no architecture for electronic transactions, and that we have no framework for electronic transactions and for promoting a cashless economy. And then, sir, in the same speech, turned to the Bank of Guyana report and cited the phenomenal growth that has been achieved in the number of MMG transactions and non-cash transactions, in the same speech. In the same speech, and then said, this proves there's an appetite for cashless transactions. It doesn't prove that there's an appetite, it doesn't only prove that there's an appetite for cashless transactions, it establishes the phenomenal growth in cashless transactions. In the same speech, laments the absence of an architecture, and then comes and quotes from the Bank of Guyana report that tells you how rapidly cashless transactions have been growing. Such is the abject incompetence, the absurdity that the APNU-AFC continues to regale this country with. The honourable member speaks about the absence of legislation for cashless transactions. Let me remind the honourable member that in this house, we passed on the 3rd of August 2023 the Electronic Communication and Transactions Act in this house. And that law, sir, was assented to by His Excellency the President and gazetted as an act enacted by this House on the 16th of August 2023. But the honourable member comes here with her nice sounding words and says there's no legal framework. Well, the very growth that you yourself reported, honourable member, that very growth in non-cash transactions is being achieved by the robust legal framework that we've put in place. The honourable member speaks, and Mr. Speaker, it's interesting how language can be used. The honourable member speaks about the CPI, and the record, the video recording, because we are transmitted live all around the world, and there are verbatim transcripts produced, on more than one occasion said that a low CPI rating, and she's smiling because she knows the sleight of hand that she tried to pull on the people of Guyana, repeatedly said from a written script, which means that it was premeditated and designed to mislead. From a written script, because you know they don't stray from their written script. Even if they talk for 10 minutes, they now say, and I now rise. She talked for about 10 minutes and then she went to her written script and said, and Mr. Speaker, I now rise. She had been risen for about 10 minutes at the podium already. But they can't depart from their written script, the speech that is written for them and given to them to read. So in the written speech, that after about 10 minutes she rose to deliver, she talked for about 10 minutes. And then when she turned to the written speech, she said, and Mr. Speaker, I now rise. So reading, when she turned to the written speech that was written for her and handed to her, a premeditated attempt to mislead the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, on more than one occasion.
But, honorable member, we shouldn't accuse an honorable member of misleading, but twice you refer.
So the honorable member on more than one occasion said that the CPI indicates that the country, a low CPI score, indicates that the country concerned experienced deliberate mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there's a word, a big word in the middle of CPI called perceptions. And the Honourable Minister Gail Teixeira issued a lengthy release and a factual release explaining the basis on which the CPI, a perception-based index, is prepared. But in a clever use of word, the Honourable Member Jurita Finance, who is smiling because she knows what she attempted to pull on the people of Guyana, comes here and repeatedly says that the CPI indicates that the country experienced, and I wrote the words down on the second occasion that she repeated them, not removing her eyes from her written script in front of her. I wrote the words down, experienced deliberate mismanagement. Nothing could be further from the truth. And Mr. Speaker, if you study throughout her speech, there were many sentences. I listened. Like I said, language is a funny thing. So there were many sentences like, if the central bank lacks so-and-so, then banks may so-and-so. She's smiling, she knows what she tried to do. I could say, if anything, sir, if the sky fall long tomorrow, this is what will happen. Half of the honourable member's speech was comprised sentences that said, if such and such a condition exists, then such and such may happen, or can happen, or might happen. And the record will reflect it. You just have to reflect. Sir, we can all engage in speculation and speculative statements. We can all engage in all manner of speculative statements. Let me say definitively, sir, that over the years we have established an extremely strong legal and institutional framework for regulating the financial system. And, you know, I've often said, there are young MPs over there, including the honourable member Jurita Finance, who's a relatively young MP, probably not the youngest, but a relatively young MP. I think, I thought Mahipal was younger than her. But whoever is the youngest, I believe she wouldn't be offended if I said she's one of the younger members of Parliament. Sir, on many occasions I have said that the younger members of Parliament have to understand why they are sitting on that side of the House. Sir, the world is watching. When we stand up here to speak, the world is watching. The international investor community is watching and listening. What will the opposition spokesperson on finance say? The local private sector and the local financial sector, and obviously, and most importantly, the citizenry of our country, they're all watching and listening. What is the opposition spokesperson on finance saying? Mr. Speaker, to come and say that the financial sector has not been growing is just completely absurd. It's just completely absurd. Apparently, the honourable member counts the growth in the financial sector by the number of banks. Sir, apparently she measures the growth in the financial sector by the number of banks.
Seriously?
Mr. Speaker, let me share, sir, some numbers. Mr. Speaker, when we left office, or at the end of the last year, when we left, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, when we returned to office, sir, in 2020, and I have the year-end numbers. Sir, at the end of 2020, total deposits in the commercial banks amounted to $513 billion. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024, total deposits in the banking system amounted to $967 billion. Meaning the total deposits in the commercial banks had almost doubled in 4 years. Mr. Speaker, credit to the private sector. Credit to the private sector. Sir, at the end of 2020, total credit to the private sector was $259 billion, 259.7, let's round it to $260 billion. Sir, credit to the private sector moved from $260 billion at the end of 2020 to $451 billion at the end of 2024.
Almost double.
Sir, and let me elaborate. Let me contrast, sir, the abject mismanagement of the economy under the APNU AFC with the People's Progressive Party's civic record of good stewardship. Let us compare and contrast. Mr. Speaker, in the 4 years from end 2015 to end 2020, total credit, my apologies, in the 4 years from end 2015 to end 2019, in the 4 years from end 2015 to end 2019, total private sector credit grew by a paltry $39.1 billion, or only 18.2%. At a time, sir, when oil had been found and the entire economy was preparing for production. So everybody was investing because everybody was expanding in preparation for oil production. That was the period from discovery to first oil. So the economy grew, not the economy grew, sir. Private sector credit expanded over that 4-year period from end 2015 to end 2020 by $39.1 billion, a mere 18.2%, at a time when the economy was ramping up for first oil. Mr. Speaker, from end 2020 to end 2024, a period of similar duration, a 4-year period, total private sector credit grew by $191 billion, or 73.4%. Let us compare that. During the APNU, that 4-year window, 15 to 19, 39 billion. During the PPP 4-year, from 20 to 24, 191 billion. And let us compare it in percentages. During that 4-year period when they were in government, 18.2, a mere 18.2%. When the People's Progressive Party is in government, during the current term of office, a 4-year period, 73.4%. And sir, if you look at the sectors, sir, let me break down sector by sector how credit to the private sector changed across different categories. Sir, credit to business enterprises from 2015 to 2020, under APNU, it grew by 18.5%. From 2020 to 2024, under the PPP, compared to APNU's 18.5, it grew by 87.2%. Sir, within that, agriculture, as evidence of how they strangled agriculture. During the 4-year period from 2015 to 2019, credit to agriculture grew by a mere 4.2%. During the 4-year period under the People's Progressive Party, credit to agriculture grew by 128%. So let us examine mining and quarrying. They claim to love the mining industry. So under the 4-year period from 2015 to 2019, credit to the mining and quarrying sector contracted by 9.5%. Contracted. Imagine, credit to the mining sector reduced from 2015 to 2019. Sir, with the return of the People's Progressive Party compared to their negative 9.5%, credit to the mining and quarrying sector has grown by a positive 22%. So let us look at manufacturing. Let us look at what they did to manufacturing. A sector that's heavily dependent on electricity. Recall that they scuttled their Milo Falls project. Credit to the manufacturing sector under the 4-year period, 2015 to 2019, when APNU was in government, contracted by 14.2%. Contracted. So under the 4-year period from 2020 to 2024, credit to the manufacturing sector grew by 103.7%. Let us look at the services sector. Under the 4-year period from 2015 to 2019, credit to the services sector grew by 40.2%. Sir, under the People's Progressive Party, 2020 to 2024, credit to the private sector for services grew twice as fast at a rate of 80.3%. Twice as fast. And of course, it's growing from a bigger base. Mr. Speaker, let us look at credit to households. Over the 5-year period, the 4-year period that we're speaking about under APNU, credit to households grew by 16.9%. Under the People's Progressive Party, it grew by 41.6%. So let us look at real estate mortgages. Under the 4-year period with their stillborn housing program, their duplex houses that never got off the ground, credit for household mortgages, under their stillborn housing program, reflecting of their abject incompetence, their failure to distribute house lots, their failure to grant titles, their closure of the housing ministry.
Tell them.
Sir, real estate mortgages grew, guess by how much? Grew by how much, sir? Credit for real estate mortgages, real estate mortgage loans grew by 22%. A mere 15.7 billion. Under the People's Progressive Party Civic from 2020 to 2024, real estate mortgage loans grew by a staggering $65 billion or 71.9%. And that is lending to real people for real investments in real houses. And sir, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Sir, we could also speak, sir, about the cost of borrowing. So the cost of borrowing in December 2017 and 2018, the average prime lending rate, sir, was 13%. Today, sir, it is 8.38%. Sir, the new building society rate under APNU that had no concern for homeowners and borrowers for housing loans, the new building society interest rate was 6.4%. Today, sir, the average rate, today it is 4.73%. Sir, the non-performing loans, the quality of the loan portfolio, and they're running, they can't take it. They're running, they can't take it. Sir, the non-performing loans, the quality of the lending.
They're running.
Mr. Speaker, do you know, sir, what the ratio of non-performing loans to total loans was? Let's talk about some. They're running, they can't take it. The truth hurts. Look at them, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. Sir, the truth hurts. Look at them running. Look at them running. They can't face the truth. Turn the cameras and look at them running, scurrying. They can't face the truth. They can't face the truth. They're abject.
Honorable Member Miss Ferguson, you on your feet and shouting across to the minister. When you spoke, I didn't see him. Well, he's a little short, but I have a good view. He didn't stand up and shout at you.
They claim now to be so concerned about borrowers. Mr. Speaker, they sat in government for 5 years, 2 of which were completely illegal. They made not a single change to the ceiling of the low-income housing window. For 5 years, they made no change. They made no change, but they're now concerned about homeowners, and they're concerned about citizens, and they're concerned about ordinary and average households getting loans. They spent 5 years in government and made not a single change to the ceiling for low-income housing loans. Since our return to government, we've increased the ceiling from $8 million to $20 million. They sat down in government and made no change to the NBS ceiling. Since we came into government, we increased the ceiling from $12 million to $20 million, allowing more people to take loans and allowing people to borrow more to be able to build their homes or acquire their homes. Sir, they claim to be concerned about borrowers. When we left government in 2015, the ceiling on loans eligible for mortgage interest relief was $30 million. You know what they did? They come and fine it at $30 million. You know what they did? They slash it in half from 30 to 15. But they come now and they claim that they love the Guyanese people, and they're so concerned about borrowers. The honorable member would have you believe that she's so concerned, she and her party are so concerned about borrowers and the cost of borrowing. They slashed the ceiling on mortgage interest relief by a full half. This is something they had in place that we were affording without producing a single barrel of oil. They found it there. We were financing it with not a single barrel of oil. They found it there. And maliciously and recklessly and callously, because they have no concern for the Guyanese people, find the thing they're good, and they cut it by half to reduce the benefits enjoyed by the Guyanese people. They find it they're good, sir. They're good. You didn't need no oil money to finance it. They're good. They find it they're good, and they come in, and they block it up and cut it by half. And now they come. Now they come, sir, and they are claiming to be so concerned about the Guyanese people and about access to credit and about borrowing. Sir, the people judge you on your track record. They judge you on your track record. They judge you on what you actually do. All of these brilliant ideas that the honorable member had about what needs to be done with the law and what needs to be done and this and that and all these brilliant ideas. Apparently, sir, the honorable member doesn't remember that her party was in government for 5 years. And none of these brilliant ideas, all licensing new banks. Let her show me which new bank they licensed in the 5 years they were in government. Let her show me what legislation they passed. All this fancy thing about time for this and time for that and so on. They were in government for 5 years. Her party was in government for 5 years, sir. And they did nothing at all, but they're full of ideas. They're full of ideas. They talk beautifully and they're full of ideas. And they do nothing. Well, I shouldn't say they do nothing, because they did come in and do a lot of damage. Good, they find it been good, and they broke it up. Even they're good. Right? They come and broke it up. Mr. Speaker, and so I listened, sir, to all of these nice-sounding words. They perhaps provide good sound bites, but they are meaningless, insincere, and they're reflective of the abject incompetence for which the APNU AFC has now become notoriously famous. Mr. Speaker, We are not professing that this bill solves all of the problems of the world. We are not professing that this bill is the last amendment that we will bring to the Financial Institutions Act. But, sir, we are not going to wait and defer one good thing because we're waiting to find the whole universe of good things and put all in one bill and then come with that comprehensive bill that solves all the problems of the world and come to this house. We are not going to defer a good thing because we are awaiting infinitely the perfect thing. And that, in essence, is what contrasts the People's Progressive Party from the APNU-AFC. They will regale you with all that is needed to achieve perfection. That is the one thing that they are good at. Big and grand promises and fancy sounding words. That is their niche. That is their core expertise. Grand and lofty ideas and fancy sounding words. That's their core expertise. And where they fall short is in their ability to actually get anything done whatsoever. No substance, no substance. Sheer fluff. Sheer fluff. That's all you get from them, fluff. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you, sir. I don't think I spoke, I think I started to speak about portfolio quality. I started, and I want to make that point. I spoke about the rapid expansion, sir, in credit to the private sector. But I wanted also to make the point, I don't recall if I did, forgive me if I'm repeating. Sir, when we left office, I'm using end of year numbers, so I spoke extensively about the growth in lending. And I started to speak about the quality of lending. Sir, at the end of 2014, the ratio that you usually measure portfolio quality with is non-performing loans as a percentage of total loans. In our financial sector at the end of 2014, the non-performing loan to total loan ratio was 8.64 at the end of 2014. Sir, by the end of 2020, it had gone up from 8.64 to 10.83, which means that more than 1/10 of total loans on the books of commercial banks were non-performing. More than 1/10. By the time the APNU had destroyed and decimated the Guyanese economy. For every $10, $100 that was lent, 10 was non-performing. More than 10. Mr. Speaker, destruction, everywhere they go, everything they do, destruction. Sir, since our return, I want to quote the number. Since our return, sir, the non-performing loan to total loan ratio has been brought down from 10.83%, as I said it was earlier, to 1.75%. 1.75%. So, the honourable member can come here with all of our grandiose plaintive words appearing to be concerned about the people of Guyana, all their pie in the sky flights of fancy. But sir, we will continue to do the things that are important in the interest of the Guyanese people. And this bill represents yet another important step in this direction. It will not be the last amendment that we're doing to the Financial Institutions Act. It will not be the last amendment, but it is an important amendment, and it merits the strong support of this House without all of that mumbo-jumbo and pomposetting that the world was just treated to by the lead spokesperson for finance on behalf of the APNU AFC. But I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, because like I said, the world is watching. And the world has an opportunity to compare and contrast the mumbo jumbo that we hear from the APNU AFC, the pie in the sky mumbo jumbo that we hear from the APNU AFC day after day. What was so difficult, sir, about simply coming and saying, this is a good thing and we support it? What was difficult about that, sir? But they did once again today the only thing that they know to do, and that is oppose for the sake of opposing. And we, sir, will continue to deliver for the people of Guyana. And that is what, sir, will keep them on the opposition benches and keep us on the government benches, as I've said on previous occasions, for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, I wish, sir, if now is the appropriate moment, to move that the Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Financial Institution Amendment Bill 2024, Bill number 22 of 2024, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2024, Bill number 22 of 2024.
Honorable members, we will resolve ourselves into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, the Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2024 has two clauses, and I propose the question that clauses 1 and 2 form part of the bill. Honorable members, I put a question that clauses 1 and 2 form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the House resume. Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2024, Bill number 22 of 2024, was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendment. And I now move, sir, that the bill be read the third time